Hello, everyone. This is Apostle Babe Linda James, your favorite apostate. I'm here tonight with Matthew, and I know that I know that I know. If I tell you this every single week, I will successfully brainwash you and convince you that I, above all other apostates, am your favorite. So, when you refer to me, you're welcome to call me your favorite apostate.
Wash my brain.
Yes, I'm going to wash that cult right out of my hair. Send it on its way.
Yeah.
So that was from South Pacific, a musical. Yeah. So, Matthew,
Hello.
Hi. I heard that apostates have made up the word shunning.
Oh, yes, despite what the Bible says and despite what Watchtower material says, sure.
I was amazed. We are the ones that made it up. I just loved it. Loved hearing that. Yesterday It bothered me when I first heard it a lot. But it's one of those techniques that is called blame shifting. So we can assume that whatever we're being told that we're doing, and oftentimes reprimanded for it, it likely could be that they're the one doing it, but they're accusing us of doing it. Are you familiar? Have you ever had that experience?
I've got the experience of when there's no checks and balances and an organization or institute is doing a slow burn, it kind of torpedoes itself because that's in its own 2013 revised edition Bible. So if apostates have invented this word, well, who was the apostate that revised the Bible? Because that's where it is. And it appears at, for instance, scriptures like Proverbs 4 verse 15, so we've got a word there of shun it, do not pass by it, turn aside from it and pass along. So who invented that? Who decided to shove that in the 2013 revised Bible? Surely we would have removed it. So, yeah, it's basically institutional gaslighting. It's this disciplined semantic containment. But in a way, it has backfired upon itself because if that is the argument, it is there in the authoritative source called the gray sword.
Oh, yes. The gray sword or the silver sword, whichever one. Yeah.
It's kind of a gray area.
Yes, it was amazing hearing. This is something I notice the organization will do often, is they'll tell the judge or whoever, whatever conclusion that a court has made, they show up and say, oh no, you've gotten that wrong, or you've misunderstood that, or that's not the case. And basically, like, they show up and tell other people they don't know what the hell they're doing, and then explain to them how it really is.
Yes.
Have you noticed that too?
Oh yeah. But this is the thing. When you've got persons that are egotistical or that are out of control without those checks and balances, you can't even read to them from the authority. You can't read to them from let's say, for instance, the Bible. You can't read to them an elder's book or anything like that. And if you don't mind, may I use a scripture which talks about this, because it says 2 Timothy, from the, not the gray, you're quite right, it's the silver sword. 2 Timothy 2, 16 says, but shun empty speeches that violate what is holy, for they will advance to more and more ungodliness. Sounds like a prophecy to me.
Wow.
So who's coming up with the empty speeches, Linda James? Is that a question that we leave open-ended? And we say, well, take a look at day 2 of Norway.
Right.
The
They also I'm cutting you off. I'm sorry. I have to just laugh about this stuff. And I noticed you put out a number 2. You kind of went through day 1, and then you came to day 2, and on day 2 you found yourself laughing.
Yes.
Like you just couldn't stop. It was what you were saying was just so ridiculous that you had to laugh through it. And just speaking out the ridiculousness of it was, yeah, that was good to see too, because the first video that you did, and I suggest people check that out. He kind of does a summary of day 1 for Norway and day 2. I believe that came out yesterday or early this morning, maybe. On my time.
You put it correctly. It's a big number 2.
Yes. Oh God, you got me good on that one. Okay.
I nodded my head. I went, Linda James, boy. Yeah.
Number 2. Oh my. So yeah. Another technique the organization will do is they'll be asked a question, and they give an answer to a different question, and they're not really answering the question that they just got asked.
Ooh.
Or they just go on and on and on, and even more on, and not really answer the question with some more. I think that's called word salad. Yes, word salad. And the answer, like, as you're listening to them, you're kind of going, swerving this way, waiting to hear the answer, swerving that way. It never ends up being a clear answer. It's very vague. It's very, well, what it is non-committal. They're not really committing to answering the question accurately. I mean, even when at the Australian Royal Commission, not Angus Stewart, but the other guy that was in a higher position of him, he had white hair, and I think I want to call him McCullen, maybe. So he was asking one of the people from the Bethel headquarters in Australia about the blood transfusions, and what the brother from the headquarters kept saying is that if someone takes a blood transfusion, they would be disassociating themselves simply from the act.
Huh.
And remember that? I don't know if you remember that. So
that's a keeper, that one, because remember what 98% of Bethel did when it came to the worldwide illness.
Yes.
So if and the Catholic Church had already said, we're very concerned about the ethics of this because of the origination of the material. But what did 98% do? Well, they've basically disassociated themselves. So we say, well, who's left in charge? Because let's come back to what your reference there. That is a keeper. If that one, in fact, if you don't mind, I would like a copy of that.
Sure.
Please.
It's yeah. Let me see here. I got my glasses, so I need to pick them up.
Well, I'll put you on the spot. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry.
No, that's cool. We're having conversation. It's so fascinating watching them do the spin. I have to laugh at it Yesterday I was furious. I actually let it
Uh,
really bother me, really make me angry, and I realized, okay, I'm acting over angry. I'm acting oversensitive, like more than the usual. What's going on with me? Oh, I'm being triggered. Yay.
huh.
Yay, I'm being triggered. Okay. So it took me back to, growing up within this organization. Um, it, Implying that I shouldn't be doing what I'm doing and I should be doing it in a different manner, but never quite being told what that manner would be. But I should
Yeah.
know. And being autistic, that was not helpful. It was so confusing, so scary. And
Well,
also, they would assume my intention, or my mother would assume my intention, and I would get in trouble for having this intention. Maybe I did have it, maybe I didn't. But uh, how dare them decide what my intention is if I haven't said what it is? You know?
yes. What a judgment, to decide this is what you are feeling, and it's completely contrary to your experience. Yeah. But you said you used the terms word salad, Linda James.
Yes.
Yeah. So what would oh, by the way, so you've got Liv and you've got um, Gregoryson, is it?
The female lawyer.
Yes, Liv,
Hmm.
Liv, and now I'm looking at Anders Risdell, and yeah, what do they call it? The term is disciplined semantic containment. So you said word salad, and I'm just going, okay, semantics I think is the meanings of words. That's what it's all about. So is he actually lying? Well, yeah, most people would just say it's an out and out lie. They just go, look, be straight, talk my language. But of course, it's a courtroom setting, so it is different language.
This
And
is true.
advocacy works in such a way that you can do selective framing. Otherwise, you can't do any kind of defense. So it is redefining the version of the facts or that favors your client, while avoiding technically false statements, because he can get fined. And remember, the court is incentivized. There are persons that want him to trip up. And so, yeah, I think what we have a situation of an organization that's got fracture. It's in slow burn mode. And they've wiped out the persons that would put in the normal checks and balances. And it's like my dad says, well, why do you actually need to intervene? It's going to just implode upon itself. That's what happens. And I think we're witnessing it. And that's why this Norway thing is very, very interesting, because it's not like we're going in there not prepared. We're going in there and we're spotting these things. Yes, we're getting triggered along the way, but we're identifying all the mechanisms here, or a large portion of those mechanisms. I see Beverly and Purple have joined us, and Joe Facetius.
Thank you.
Nel Prana has also joined in. So it's nice to have them in the live comments, Linda Jones?
Yes.
Welcome on board. Nel Prana, 5861. Can I read that out loud, please?
Yes.
It says, from kooky to cult, the history of Jehovah by XJW Analyzer put on point with this cult. And then Joe Facetius, what are we talking about? And then Purple says, greetings, sentient beings. Beverly Howard sends greetings. And Purple says, I'm still making food, so we'll be AFK for a while, but listening. So look, it sounds like the gang's all on board. Elaine Brain Drain saying hi to everybody. We've got some good greetings going on and some connections. But Happy Thoughts Sheila from the UK is saying, isn't that what politicians do, Linda? Never give a straight answer. They must all sit the same exam.
Yes, exactly. You know, things are happening within the United States government, and before a protest can happen, it's spoken of as a riot already. So, and before these two people were shot and killed in as they were protesting, one of whatever it was, a ICE agent, two different situations. People were killed, and before any investigation was done or anything, politicians were saying that they were terrorists, that they were like, they had every intention to like take out a whole bunch of ICE agents and, you know, blame shifting, right? So they had to stop this evil criminal. And yes, I noticed this happening a lot. The one side will blame the other side. I simply experience it on the left side because I lean left, and we'll be accused of stuff that isn't even happening, but that's how it's being presented. And I grew up in that, and it used to just really bother me. But it's a thing that's happening. So yeah, we're seeing it happen in court. So Joe Fictitious, I think is what your name is. What are we talking about? So people here usually are people that are recovering from a cult or a cultic situation. Some of us are ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. Some of us might have grown up in a family that functioned as a cult. Some of us might have been in a abusive relationships. You don't hear anything in Minnesota, right? I was just reading what John just said. So abusive relationships, or when somebody has a position where they have more power and authority over the other person, that can lead to abuse. It doesn't always, but it can. And when it does, it's called an abuse of authority, an abuse of power. And unfortunately, when you find yourself in a cult, which, by the way, nobody even realizes they're in a cult. It's a really strange phenomenon. When you're in a cult, you have no idea you're in a cult. It's so crazy. And so this is kind of the subject we talk about. So I haven't seen you here before, but welcome. And so we kind of talk about cult stuff, and then after a while, I let the conversation just go and flow on whatever we want to talk about. Yeah.
So Jay Mars came up with two interesting things. I wonder if I can go back in the comments because I'm almost losing it here. But Jay Mars comes up with real good stuff here. It says, disclaimer, might be wrong, but it's the shunning video that Norway court has as evidence. Mm-hmm. So they're trying to work at that. What is it, Norway? Or yeah, in Norway they don't have a word for shunning, but it's almost as if Norway is the sovereign nation. That's the way they're doing it, because the organization works with English. The way they do translation is the 2013 Revised Standard Edition is the baseline. So that's in English. So they're not translating from Hebrew or from Greek. They're translating from the baseline English 2013 Revised Standard Edition as the source material for everything. That's what they're doing. So as soon as they plug this argument about shunning, there isn't a word for it in Norwegian, if I heard that correctly. I don't know if somebody in the comments wants to correct that, but that's how I heard it. What they're doing is they're now separating Norway from the rest of the world, or from the mothership. That's what's happened. So it's a real weird thing. It's not going to go well. This is not a good argument. it's kind of a desperate argument in the maneuvering with semantics, which is how the legal speak works, and how you could say the lifeblood of the organization works, because it is all on legalities. You talk about from Rutherford and even from Russell. That's how this whole thing works. It works on a legalistic system. It works on a Roman system. Works on maritime law. Ecclesiastical law as well. And then there was another comment that J. Mars made, and it was about, let me get this correct. He says the news has shifted to Nancy Guthrie, who was 84 years of age. So that is now coming under a spotlight, in his opinion, or I haven't heard about it myself, but that's what he's reporting. And she was somebody that went missing.
Correct.
She had, limited mobility, and what's it? Multiple ransom notes allegedly pop up wanting cryptocurrency. So this is where the attention of the spotlight has gone on to. I don't know. You seem to know more about this, Linda James.
I've kind of just did a peekaboo thing with that, and because I can only handle so much information in my brain, so I didn't want to get concerned of somebody taking advantage of someone elderly. That would probably affect my psyche too. So I've just kind of glanced at it a little bit, and it looks like she was taken from her own home or wherever she sleeps, and they don't know why. And then they're thinking it could be the brother-in-law of one of her daughters, this elderly woman. She looks familiar. She might have been a somebody, I don't know, in the past, but her daughter is someone who does the news at this time. So, I mean, we don't get to find out about every single older woman that maybe walks out of the house with dementia or something.
Right.
We don't. Sometimes we'll get an alert. It's called a silver alert, which will give some information about somebody that might be missing in the last time they were seen or whatever. But this is top news. This is very, very top news. John is right. It's and they keep talking about it. So, and I'm not getting the whole story yet. But at the same time, is this a distraction? And then there's the Epstein files, and my daughter called me a couple of days ago, just ill with what's been in it. Talking about eating babies. Like, you can't wrap your brain around that if you're just a normal human being. That's hard for the psyche, very hard.
We multitasking conversations here, but it's nice to have Mage Grey Wolf on board.
Hey.
Barweep Grana Weep Nidibon.
Yes.
Oh, welcome.
Boy.
So
Happy topics today.
Thank you. I mentioned this to Matthew ahead of time, but I didn't mention this to you nor the audience. But at the hour point of this show, my friend Happy Heretic will be showing up with a guest, and so they'll be joining us with a few things that they want to share, and I'm gonna just kind of let that happen. But I wanted you guys to know she's wanting to join us, and we've been looking forward to doing this for a while. So they're going to have a certain subject to talk about. I'm not real clear what it is yet, but I'm looking forward to it because they're going to be like actual guests.
That's more like me.
Yes.
And Mage Grey Wolf, Linda James, I just wanted to bring to everyone's attention Sheila's Happy Thought 77. Says the attorney defending Brumley said that all attorneys lie in court. The reply from the court was that practice was unacceptable, or words to that effect. And the reason being, you may mislead, but you may not lie.
Mm.
So lying is illegal advocacy. Misleading is legal advocacy. Now that might sound like it's splitting hairs, but that's how it works.
I'd have to
Interesting.
hear somebody who's a legal expert to find out the distinction there.
Right?
Yes. Lie to us, you mean?
Yeah. Maybe I should ask Godless Granny. She's into
Right.
law stuff.
She's amazing. Godless Granny is, she used to be involved in church and everything, and she's now an atheist, and she's got her channel. She sits in a rocking chair, and she makes like a ton of sense, and walks you right through it.
She had
Explain-
a hell of a turnout today.
Yeah. Did she go live or?
Yeah, she was
Is
live earlier. She had like 300 people watching.
Right on. Yeah, Godless Granny. So if any of you guys want to check out her channel, she's just a white lady with brown hair, kind of shoulder length, and just has a nice smile, and we'll talk about things. Yeah.
So the interesting thing with this legal system, right? And I see Sheila's chirping about Epstein there and saying, I wonder if there's something else that's happening that they don't want one noticing. Look over here, not over there syndrome. How long did it take before Epstein was put into prison with the current legal system? Am I right that it's 14 years?
Something like that.
Know. That sounds
Yeah,
I think they got him like twice before they really got something to stick.
Right. So now you've got the system where we can look into people's emails, we can look into your WhatsApp, we've got this incredible digital surveillance, correct? But it took 14 years to put him in prison in our system. Here's another one, Enron. Enron's able to operate for 10 years with its practice before it gets a red card. So what are we seeing in the system? We're seeing in the system that you put a leader in for 5 years, they make 5-year plans, and your rainforest is getting cut down. It's in a negative decline. It's not in a positive upwards take. It's in a negative take. So we don't have these like 180-year plans of restoration going on. And the way that the current legal system has worked with all of this semantic arguing, it's bringing us to this existential crisis. That's what's happening.
Yes.
Mage, I don't know what you...
It can be scary. It can be very scary.
Yeah. I've spoken to climatologists, and they're basically saying, yeah, we're screwed.
I think we'll be gone by that time, but yeah. So if you believe in global warming, this kind of stuff, we've gone past the point of not being able to return.
Yeah. At this point, we need to just mitigate the damage.
I wanted you to bring me some positive skepticism on that. I wanted to hear you saying, no, this warming thing isn't what we think it is. Or I wanted you to give us the antithesis on this thing and say, no, we can't be sure of this.
Well, I can tell you weather isn't climate. Climate is referring to a global trend rather than a localized trend.
Uh-huh.
So in purposes of, see, it's snowing outside. It's like, we don't have climate change. Oh, no, that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, that's a common one.
Yeah. But I've still got a knot in my stomach when I hear you speak about this. Because the time limit is 3 years.
Oh, I'm thinking hundreds of years.
Well, actually, it's immediate, because unless they actually put in the hundreds of years program, Linda James, right now, not waiting 3 years to the tipping point and saying, well, that's the absolute last minute where we have to and are forced to implement these things. It's actually got to happen right now.
Oh, that we need to implement these things? Yes. I thought you meant till we hit the demise of climate change. I thought that's what you meant, 3 years, and I'm
well, yeah, you're right. It is those things all mixed together. You're right.
but I agree with you that things should be done now. I mean, if you've done some research or you've listened to some people and you're convinced that this is in fact the case, then there's things we can do now, you know? So here we are only having control of so many things, but then we have people in power that here in America, the United States, they're getting rid of science and bringing in more Christianity, but it's a certain kind of Christianity. It's a white nationalist Christianity.
I question if it can even be called Christianity.
Yeah, so more of a evangelical. There's a thing called Seven Mountain Mandate, where it's considered to be 7 different things that they want to infiltrate Christ into or infiltrate the Bible into. And so they believe they're truly on a mission of God. So they're doing all this stuff to get us there, which means we're losing human rights. And there's a lot of talk, that says we want to go back to our Christian founding fathers because the U.S. was a Christian nation to begin with, which it was not. But if they say it enough times, we might believe it. Like I always tell everybody, I'm your favorite apostate, over and over and over again. People might believe it. So that's going on.
Dehydrated Nurse came up with something about Fauci going or stipulating Fauci lied in Congress and got away with it. Federal offense. He left to Israel. They let how do we say this? Acrobat PDF files go there and won't extradite them until he got his sweetheart deal. So, I mean, that's an interesting perspective. I think it's just wild, right? And it's showing how, you're looking towards the court systems, and I refer to Joe and Fran, and they're going, oh, it's 2 cults fighting each other. That's what it is, right? It's 2 cults. There's a poem about this, if I may read it out loud, because it puts it into the right kind of context. May I do that?
Yes, that sounds good.
The short poem is 2 cults arm wrestle on planet Earth's stage, neither caring for truth, but only the cage. Who wins? Not them, not you, not me. It's the chair labeled power, sipping iced tea. And the answer is the prize is always a sheer authority.
I prefer my tea hot. And no, yeah, they want to go back to the founding of the country. Okay, well, we didn't have federalized immigration border control back then, so bye-bye ICE.
Just ICE.
Oh,
what's happened to justice? Yeah.
Oh yeah, and have you heard the U.S. Marshal kicking a puppy?
Oh no!
That was going around.
Are you talking about Kristi Noem?
No, this is like
right. She shot a puppy.
Yeah, this is a U.S. Marshal, and this little puppy walks up to him and he just kicks it, and he apparently broke the rib of the dog.
This is who the fuck kicks a puppy? Okay, now I got to calm myself down.
So, Linda James, that sounds like it sounds like a wag the dog thing, like Sheila is alluding to, because they know statistically exactly the reaction that is happening with you, going, this is outrageous, is the intended reaction.
Could it be? Is this an intentional fucking with our heads, aka a psych op?
And you know what? As soon as you now say that gas lights us even more, or it puts us into a loop, because if you realize that they're messing around with our heads, that's even worse, right?
Yes. So how do we desense ourselves? Do we desense ourselves? Am I saying that right? Desensitize. Thank you. Ourselves to this. You know what? I've tried to have that thicker skin thing that some people have, I'm pretty much convinced I'm not going to grow thicker skin. I'm going to be this sensitive. I I always have been, but it's also the double-edged side of the part of being intuitive. So I don't want to desensitize that either.
No, because if you don't mind me saying, Linda James, if you are medicated to an extent that it is removing joy, but guess what? The other senses are stimulated, and you could say hyper-stimulated, that you get news of a puppy, and this creates an outrage. You know what
Yeah.
it's telling me? It's telling me that your intuition is actually sharp as ever.
Thank you. It's normal to be outraged at.
Yes,
did
you are
did you say it's like
human.
an ICE agent did that? Oh, a sheriff.
It was
Okay.
it was a U.S. Marshal apparently, but
Okay.
was working within the whole ICE garbage. Apparently,
I'm wondering what these people are being told. Like they have to come up with something mentally to be able to act with such inhumanity. Like they have to they have to see these people, whoever they are, whether they're documented or not. Something it has to be going on in their head to dehumanize them, to see them as less than, to see them as enemies. You see what I'm saying? As opposed to fellow human beings. You know, I'm not
Purple's
sure.
giving us a way out. Eh? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Sorry.
I totally paused. Go ahead. Your timing is right.
Um, Purple is giving a way out, and the way I read Purple is there's care factor in Purple's comments. So Purple says, "Kick the dog" is a writing trope used to demonstrate that someone is evil.
yeah,
So
kicking puppies. And interesting how some of these people are actually still trying to defend this. Like, oh well, that dog was attacking. I'd kick it too. Is what I'm seeing from some of these justify anything they do. Who crowd. I'm encountering with posting a picture of Hitler and his puppies. Yeah, even Hitler wasn't that bad.
Hitler had the German shepherds
Yeah,
because you can train them very well. And here in the U.S., the police dogs are German shepherds.
Mhm.
Yeah.
well, the conversation is screaming along, Linda James. I mean, just now Diane's going to come on board, and we're building anticipation for that. That sounds like it's going to be a goodie.
Yay.
Oh yeah,
See how,
people
see
have
how
gone.
time flies.
You have that AI video of Obama and his wife doing the whole racist garbage.
Yes.
Well,
The White House put out a video of Obama, President Obama, and previous First Lady, put their heads on apes. Is that what it was? Apes or
Yeah.
gorillas or something?
yeah, it was some. I think it was the gorillas. Yeah, but and then they had King Trump was the Lion King, and everybody bowing to him, and that.
Wow.
So.
I don't know what it is about Trump, but from the time Obama took presidency, he showed up and said, "I don't believe he was born here. Where's your birth certificate?"
Mm-hmm.
Just showed up to bully him. And I'm not saying that Obama did everything correctly, but I'll tell you what, he was a different flavor, and pretty much, he took his position seriously. He and his wife are very intelligent people. I was reading, 2 weeks ago about how Oprah sent his wife some clothing and everything, and she's like, and he comes home and she's showing him the stuff, and he says, "You can't keep that," because they're not supposed to take gifts, right? So they ended. So she had to send it all back to Oprah. Her husband was like, "Yeah, we're not going to do that." As opposed to what's happening with Trump at this point,
He was making money off of the presidency.
big time. So later on with that case with Obama, it was an in-between stage, and then she got to receive that gift. But there's certain things that are moral, and they're supposed to fall into, and I'm just watching Trump
hmm
really have no respect for any of it,
And just
at all.
yeah,
I It's terrifying.
and the whole racist thing. Take a note. But whenever Trump calls somebody low IQ, it's almost always somebody who's dark skinned.
Yes, yes, and um, he's also said, "I love my uneducated. I love the uneducated."
And he said that smart people will hate him. Well, he's got that one right at least.
Yeah, and I personally think he has a learning disability. Um, Anybody can have one, but I recognize that in Trump. Um, you'll never see a computer in front of him. I think that he could probably learn, but it would take a lot of time. Like for me to learn this kind of stuff takes me a long time. And if he was being taught by somebody, I don't picture him doing well in that situation of being taught. I picture him kind of getting frustrated and quitting.
Oh yeah, and so everybody catches the spin, and the spin they're doing on the whole racist thing with Obama and the ape thing. They're trying to pin it on some unnamed intern.
Of who? An unnamed.
It says that some intern posted that on the account, on
Oh,
Trump's account, on
oh,
Truth
so
Social.
on the channel that's of the White House.
Yeah, on Truth Social, on Donald Trump's personal account on Truth Social. Well, that's where it was posted, and they're claiming there was an intern who did that.
That's funny. I think what I'm having a good laugh about lately is all of a sudden, well, first off, Trump has been saying, I've never been to the island, of meaning Epstein Island at all, but I'll tell you who has been there. Bill Clinton. And he said this like numerous, I don't even know how many times. And all of a sudden, we're listening to our president say, it's really sad to hear that somebody's going after Bill Clinton. It's really sad to hear this. And somebody's talking to him like, and why is that? Like, because Trump was saying, I really like him and stuff. And the guy asked him, what did you like about him? And Trump said something to the effect of how he treated me or how he viewed me.
Right.
Wow. But anyways, Trump is a different breed, a different breed. And it's cult leader breed. Also, I've heard that QAnon was involved in the Epstein files. Okay. What I've been learning about what I'm going to call the cult of Trump, I've read the book by Stephen Hassan quite a few times. I love this book because it explains the techniques and tactics that are being used. Plus, there's also been another book that was printed out by like 27 psychiatrists or therapists who have taken the stand because they had a duty to warn society at large. Therapists and stuff are not supposed to diagnose someone without seeing them personally. A malignant narcissist will never show up to see a therapist. They see no need for it. Matter of fact, he presents himself as though he is a Christian, but yet he sees no reason to ask for forgiveness for anything he's ever done.
He seems to be a textbook case of sociopath.
And we're just lay people. We've read stuff.
That's
hear what you're saying.
Yeah, that's my diagnosis.
Totally our opinions. And so the whole premise of being a Christian is seeking forgiveness, to find yourself in a position of having salvation or being born again or having an afterlife under the God of the Bible. You ask for forgiveness, and for him to say, what for? Like, what is he? What's God got to do? To do with it, right?
Let's kind of put this into perspective here. We have Epstein reportedly wrote that he had met some very bad people, but none as bad as Trump, and added, not one decent cell in his body. Now, let's put that in some perspective. We have pedophilia, torture. We have some reports of hunting humans for sport in these files. So that's the level of not worse than that.
Right. It's you know, I had a friend of mine killed when I was growing up. He was 15, and he was killed by William Bonin. And after I became an adult, I looked into William Bonin, the freeway killer of Los Angeles. So my friend Charles Miranda was one of his victims. So he was a serial killer, and he hated himself too for being gay, which is extremely rare. Most serial killers are cis white men, and pedophiles are cis white men. So when I looked into his previous life or childhood, he had a hell of a childhood. And what I came to realize was that he had that, whatever it is that you have, that you don't have any sense of highs or lows. So he would have to do something super dangerous or super, drastic to get a rise in his system. So hearing the snapping of my friend's neck cracking as he suffocated him with his own shirt and a tire wrench thing, twisting it, that was described when he described killing my friend Charles. So stuff like that would give him a rise. So the reason I'm bringing this up is when I think of the Epstein files, some people might be so desensitized they have to do drastic things so that they can feel. I don't think it's right. I don't think they should do it. I'm just kind of understanding why it's done. I'm not saying it's understandable, I'm not saying it's okay. I'm saying I kind of understand why it's done. There's a lot of comments going on. Are there any that you could read, Matthew?
Jay Mars, the Epstein files might be fake. My theory is that the outlandish claims were put together to discredit the claims of the real victims.
That could be the case.
Yeah, could be. But that follows on from his previous comment. Personally, I don't believe that Trump ever practiced any religion, but he uses religion for political reasons, like Roman Emperor Constantine.
Yeah, he's considered the modern day Cyrus. And so that's somebody in the Bible, and this Cyrus of the Bible was not like a follower of God, but God used him. So that's how they see Trump, kind of this, God's using him. The spiritual advisor he has is Paula White. And she's literally said, I don't have it in front of me, I'm going to paraphrase it, that if Jesus showed up here and didn't follow the laws about immigration, he wouldn't be the Messiah. That wouldn't be Christ. Whereas we've heard a lot of different people saying, if Christ showed up, it would look like this, like he would be loving towards undocumented people of all kinds. And plus the U.S. is a very, welcoming of immigrants. But the fact is if somebody does it and doesn't go through proper channels, that's what the government's having a problem with. And if it's people that are doing criminal activities, I'm all for getting rid of criminals, okay?
Yeah.
But somebody walking into the U.S. is not a criminal act. It's a misdemeanor. Pretty much the same as a crosswalking.
Yeah, it's kind of basically sort of along the lines of jaywalking. Yeah. And also you have to keep in mind that sometimes people will enter illegally and then request asylum, which then
Yes.
puts it in a whole different ball game.
Yes. And what I'm also understanding too is, like I've talked about, look, there's a process that you have to go through that takes a certain amount of years and certain amount of things to finally become a documented citizen. So people are in the process and they're getting taken away, and I couldn't understand it. And I was listening to somebody the other day that said Trump literally changed the rules. So it doesn't matter what part of the process they're in, if that's the case. It's ECNAID right there. So that's why people go into court for a visit that they think is standard. Their case gets closed, walk out, and ICE gets them right there.
Yeah, they're not supposed to be doing that, and I don't think, as far as I'm aware, Trump isn't supposed to have that authority to change the rules like that.
I don't think so either, but I don't know enough about everything in this
So
area.
Linda James, where have we come from that we see rules changing all the time?
Right, in the religion that we grew up in.
And why is that done?
I've come to find a lot of times it's done because they've faced legal situations. That's usually why things are changed, or else they'll have a governing body meeting, and then they might realize, oh, this is going to contradict that, so they try to adjust, and they call it clarifications. But I'd really like to hear your view, Matthew. Why is that done?
Oh, I wasn't really enjoying drawing from your thoughts there, Linda James. It wasn't a segue to try and chirp up or anything.
Okay.
But since you've asked the question, I think it keeps people dependent because you never know what's expected of you. And
yes,
personally, I can't stand it. If I'm in a situation where somebody's complaining about maybe my behavior and saying, Matt, you don't like this, you don't like that, you've always been a problem, and go, well, okay, thank you very much. So what do you expect from me?
Right.
But then the person does not put down what's expected. Well, that's a
oh my God, I was saying the same thing earlier.
It's abuse. It's abusive.
And Trump becoming a Jew in 2017, looking that up, apparently it's an unconfirmed rumor that he secretly he switched to Judaism in 2017.
Wait a minute.
That's unconfirmed.
Secretly became what?
It's a dehydrated nurse here. I heard Trump became a Jew in 2017. That is an unconfirmed rumor.
Okay. He let his son-in-law, who's Jewish, which usually means if you're going to marry somebody Jewish, you'll have to convert. I don't know if that's the case with his son-in-law and his daughter. So, but the father of Kushner had done some kind of criminal activity, and Trump did pardon him. It doesn't matter the nationality someone is. I've noticed with Trump, if they're there to support him. Nicki Minaj
Yeah.
just showed up on the, and
as long as they're willing to kiss his ass.
it appears that way. But I evidently, okay, I heard that, because Trump came out with this thing called a gold card. And if you spend $1 million,
oh, you heard about this with Nicki Minaj.
You'll get citizenship. And so evidently she was talking crap about I don't remember what it was, but then she got called out for not being a citizen. And now she is a citizen. And I believe it was because she bought a gold card.
No, what happened?
Then I heard he just made it to where she is or something.
What happened? What happened was that she was given one of these gold cards, and apparently it was a fake one.
Oh my, that's where it's at now. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
So she thought she was on her way of becoming a citizen. She got this gold card from Trump, and it turned out to be completely fake.
Oh no. Okay. Something fake from Trump?
Yeah.
Unimaginable.
Who would have thought?
I'll tell you what, when he came down the ladder to be president, and announced it, and then immediately went into, these are the people that are to be afraid of. And it was, all the Mexicans, they're being dropped, they're being let out of jail, they're being let out of the nut house, and they're all coming here to rape you and kill you and everything. I knew exactly what he was doing at that moment. Then the next thing I saw was he had journalists in front of him, and all of a sudden he's pointing out, you are fake news, you are fake news, and you are fake news. I'm like, oh my God, this is information control. He's designated who is the okay news people and who isn't, So he started with the fear right off the bat, which causes a trauma bond if it works with people. Steve Hassan talks about how he was recruited into the Moonies, and what he watched was him and a bunch of other people watched the movie The Exorcist. Okay, and directly after that movie, the voice of Moon came in and said, this is what's going to happen to you if this, that, and the other, this, that, and the other. So he caused a situation for a trauma bond, which is actually similar to Stockholm Syndrome, if anybody's familiar with that.
I think you're putting your finger right on exactly what this is all about, because you were stating that the rules change, right?
All the time, yes, all the time.
Okay. And then you say the trauma bond. So this is how an artificial authority structure is made, because it's typical of cult abuse and coercive control dynamics. So for you to identify that, you're not imagining it, and certainly not being difficult for noticing it, but yeah. What it is when you have persons that are complaining, it could be a parent, it could be an authority, whatever, right? Mm-hmm. A religious leader. Linda James, you're a real problem. Matt, you don't fit in. You've always been a problem. When the complaint is asserted as morally correct, and they say, well, we've got the right to complain, and you've just got to humbly take it, and you've got to be humble enough to change. Stop with your arrogance, right?
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Am I correct? You're talking about this trauma bonding. Yeah. So, but then you say, okay, well, what's the criteria for change? Tell me what you want to have done. What's exactly required? Can you just write me a note? I will bend over backwards to see what I can do to meet up with your criteria. But then you get the response, well, you should already know. Linda James, how old are you? You should already know. Okay.
You should already know. Okay. This is so familiar. If you don't know, I'm sure as hell not going to tell you.
This kind of gets into a good question. How do you guys handle the flashbacks to trauma? Because this is actually something that kind of came up with me yesterday. When I was driving home from the grocery store, I started kind of flashing back to when my mom died, and I just kind of got thinking, you guys must deal with that kind of thing with trauma from being in the cult and all that.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm in, I'll go back to the mood that I used to be in, because something is happening in my life today, or I'm viewing something that reminds me of it. So I'm triggered. And so I'll feel the same feelings that I used to feel, even though a situation is not happening like that. It's not necessarily happening like that. So it used to be that I would be upset for days, hours, weeks, long time. But now I can kind of reflect and kind of wind myself down. But I also let myself be angry for a while, or else if I'm super hurt, I let myself cry. I let myself bitch about it. Even, how some people will talk to themselves? I'm here in my little apartment talking to them and bitching them out. I'm saying the word out loud, It's just my way of working through it, okay? Whatever works for you is whatever works for you.
And I've done that with anger.
Yeah.
So Linda James, I think Mage has brought up a real great point, and the way that you've answered it, Mage, Linda James, I should just ask you, can I address this with Mage?
Sure. Yeah, let's take a few minutes to do that, and then I'm gonna, if Happy Heretic is here, I'm gonna welcome them out on here to join us, and maybe they're not here yet, but yes, go ahead.
So Mage, look, I want to, number one, you've mentioned something that I go, no, hang on, there's a good reason why you're bringing this up. And I go, my first instinct is, this is something that's affecting you, but you're also reacting towards this community as well, because this is a pattern that's known and an expected trauma response, right? And it actually confirms the dynamic that we're describing rather than undermining it. So when you've got ever-changing rules, and just me describing it to Linda James, you go, right!
Yeah.
It's an impossible authority structure. And this is why Norway is come under the spotlight now, because it's going, this is linked to Epstein, it's linked to our present administrations, it's linked to the planet getting destroyed. So when you've got an impossible authority structure used over time, the nervous system doesn't experience them as ideas or belief disputes. It experiences it as a threat without escape. I've got no escape route.
Mm-hmm.
I've got no escape. Yeah. So you said flashbacks, right, Mage?
Yes. So
why does that happen in this context? So a flashback isn't just about past events and replaying it like a movie, right? Because
it's like living it again.
Right. Okay. So I had a couple of elders, and I think it was on Joe and Fran, Linda James, and I'm not sure if you were there, but they were saying, we got PTSD from this. Because in a complex trauma situation, they often state, or a victim encounters, vague accusations, which is what Risdell was doing with this play on shunning, and saying, no, it's limited association. We don't have a word for it in Norway.
I heard it was.
And you're shifting expectations, which is why your rules change. And then you get this moral pressure without clarity. And, you should know language with retroactive blame. And the body just recognizes the pattern, not just the people. And the nervous system says, I've been here before. That's the danger. There's the flashback. And it reacts instantly before logic gets a voice. And that's actually what's being reactivated, because the kind of authority system, which is, like Hassan will tell you, this is negative cult control. It's installing several deep triggers to create this trauma bonding thing where you've got loss of agency. I can't do the right thing. I can never do the right thing. And I hear it in Watchtower with your senior writers and researchers who've put in 40, 50 years of being in the system. And it's a cognitive trap because there's no answer that's correct. And you go into this moral threat mode. I'm bad. Jehovah, I'm a sinner. What can I do? And that's exactly what you're supposed to do in that system, because you were born imperfect, sinner. You're a bad person, and this is just terrible for mental health because you're always in this. I can hear I'm getting out of hand.
Damned if you do and damned if you don't. And I heard they called it social distancing.
Yeah, that's right. So what's happening? You put into
that
this
sounds like somebody's contagious, and we don't want to get too close to them, but yet we can still talk to them, right?
Yeah, right. So why going into the soft word rephrasing or the semantic rephrasing? Because this is the abusive authority system. This is how it works, because it puts you into this activation or this reactivation, which Mage brings up, and he says, and dealing with flashbacks. Well, having knowledge about it is is part of the cure or management. You might not be able to
Recognizing.
cure it. But yeah. You got it. Because what comes to mind? Safety depends on submission. Be submissive. Be submissive. Obey. And you're silenced because questioning makes it work. Because what is the thing you're not supposed to do, Mage? You're not supposed to question the system. Because if you question the system, that's the cure. It gives you your sovereignty.
Yes. Which is something we've dealt with a lot with abusive situations, partners, churches, all of that, where somebody is in a position of power and control and they end up abusing it.
So, Mage, I'm going to ask you this. I don't expect an answer. It just depends how you feel. So, when you get a flashback, do you think that's evidence of weakness, or do you think it's maybe instability or an overreaction? Or let me give you an option. Is it rather evidence that your environment was overwhelming and the threat was chronic and escape was blocked?
Well, I would definitely have to say that the environment at the time was definitely overwhelming.
Yeah. So the system identified or targeted your identity rather, not behavior. So that's classic complex trauma, not fragility, and it's because of the high control system. You get it in religion, you get it in governance, and when it says, "Oh, you're too sensitive," here, get some medication, or you're projecting, or that's your issue, or you need to work on yourself. That dismissal is structurally necessary for them.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, Norway, don't forget, there's two cults there at the table, wrestling. I know that Liv looks smiley and more approachable, but there's two cults operating there. And with what we're talking about with administrations, governmental administrations, what was it, that book from Hassan, The Cult of Trump? Am I correct? That's the book.
Yes.
Yeah. So the system re-traumatizes. So Mage says, "Oh, what do you do about a flashback?" The system is re-traumatizing. It's creating the injury and it's denying the injury and it's blaming the injured person for reacting. So you're not allowed to be human. This is a war against human and the so-called reptile mind.
Mm-hmm.
This is it. And when I talk about reptile, I'm not talking about alien conspiracy.
You're talking about the part of the brain.
Yeah, that's right. Because that's the part of the brain. You step on a snake and your reflex is to jump.
Yes, the
That's
fire
the
fight
cold
kind of thing. Yeah.
Mage, I don't know if that acknowledges your point properly, or if I've missed it.
It's interesting. I was curious as to what your takes were on. Is this something I was figured might as well turn this into something being productive.
Yeah. So look, the flashback, they body memories. It's not moral failures. I would say it's actually a protection mechanism. It's a positive, because you there are time displacements that you get, not current danger, but naming the pattern. Because you asked, what do you do? Naming the pattern, it reduces the power of it. That's it. And the thing you're not supposed to do, questioning it, because getting clarity, talking like this, which Linda James facilitates, the clarity is very regulating. To have comments of persons who've gone through this, and I draw tremendous strength from Sheila, Jay Mars, Dehydratedness, many here in the comments. Just having that clarity is regulating, because the ambiguity is crushing. It's very dysregulating. So I would say, Mage, I enjoyed you just naming that flashback thing, because it's an opportunity to say, look, really we're responding to the architecture, not the imagination. The reaction makes sense given what I've lived through, and that lowers the intensity. Linda James, maybe you can articulate that. a lot better. I don't know.
I agree with what you're talking about, and you're bringing up a lot of good points. And I don't know the whole situation around your mother's death, but what I do want to mention is that we don't go through a stage of we mourn and then we're done mourning. So we might be just going along in life, dun, 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 and all of a sudden we're hit with um, finding ourselves back there in a situation that was either painful, scary, something. And we might not even realize we might have been triggered or might not have been triggered. Something has taken us there. And that might be, so what I'm trying to say is that it's okay to take some more time and mourn if that's still needed. So maybe you need to be in it for a little bit, but
there is no time limit on mourning.
Precisely. That's exactly what I'm talking about. There's no direct order that it goes in. And it's really smart to have time set aside for someone who has lost a loved one, and family and friends can be there for them, and yet that they're still going through it, more so than us that show up to be of comfort to them. They're still going through it in their own way. And it can take longer. It can take longer than one might think. I talk about Charles to this day, my friend who was murdered by the freeway killer. I remember telling him I met a boy at school and he kissed me and I didn't know how to kiss. And he was such a good friend that he's like, "Oh, I learned how to do that at a party last week. I'll teach you how."
This is Linda James's Book of Romance.
Right? This is how silly, and
Visit the Pasta Babe's shop now.
So, I mean, we're, and so, so that was, we had good times, and I used to walk
It sounds
walk
like
around
real
the
good
track.
times.
Oh, goodness gracious. We had
Okay,
good times. We had
sorry.
good times for our
Sorry.
age. We had good times for our age. And you know what, though, too? Speaking of, getting in trouble for things, there are some things that come pretty natural that people shouldn't be getting shamed for. That's what I suggest.
Okay.
But I'll get into that later. But teasing me, that's okay. That's totally okay.
Well, there was this whole thing about attraction and having the joy of being in company and people sharing. We started that today, right? We were talking about it. It was coming through on Casey and Anthony, and we were talking about that. We were talking about the fun factor and just being human, for goodness friggin' sake.
Right.
And allowing these things to happen. And I want to validate what you've just said, Linda James, if I may. I would like to say, because I hope that this is going to be stabilizing, right? This is what I'm hoping to do. And if you've got something to add to it, I'm sure audience can add something a lot better. But if my nervous system reacts to an unclear authority like Mage was talking about, and shifting rules, because this is how we got here, right? There's shifting rules going on, these changing rules. That means, okay, if my nervous system's reacting that way, it means that the conditions were once dangerous. If I'm getting a flashback, I'm not broken. That's actually a great thing that's happening. I don't know if that helps.
Yep.
When somebody that we value changes the rules on us, we can't get a good footage. So we are unstable and not secure.
Yeah, everything's up in the air at that time. And if you want to hear a little bit more detail on it, so basically we had a big mold problem in the house. So my family kind of did this intervention thing with my mom. She was having issues with alcoholism, so they took her off to this rehab center, which turned out to be sketchy. So I ended up having to stay with my grandmother for almost for the time, and then 3 hurricanes came through that year.
Oh my God.
So basically wiped out half of the stuff I even owned. And while I'm still stuck at my grandmother's, finally my mom comes back from this rehab thing, and she breaks her foot. So I'm wailing around for a month, and then the day she died, I'm the one who found her dead.
Oh, sweetheart.
By the way, I'm still reeling from my girlfriend dying from high school a few years back from that too.
Yeah. Yeah. And even if you had a bad relationship with your mother or a good one, it's shocking to find your mother dead, you know? Even if, and I'm not saying you are, even if it's a relief that a parent is gone, it's still traumatizing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's tough, what you just talked about. Wow. And you had no control over any of it. It was all just happening to you.
Yeah.
You just had to figure out a way to function through it.
Yeah, in fact, that year after that you died, I actually was very broken up and cluttered in my mind. I can't really pinpoint exactly what happened, and there's gaps in the memory.
Sure. That's not uncommon either. So high stress, like when somebody's having high stress about things, which goes on, it's hard for us to think clearly to come up with solutions, or to know what's best to do next. And having memory, like spots of memory that you don't remember, would seem normal too, because of times possibly disassociating. Like, and when I say disassociating, it's like going in a kind of a daydream state, like you're just kind of daydreaming. But you know how when somebody kind of just looks like they're staring off in a direction, and you can tell they're kind of just thinking someplace else, like they're not here in the moment. They're just kind of in a daydreaming state. People can be disassociated at that time, where they're just not in the moment. Like they're just kind of having I wouldn't say an outer body experience, but they're not quite grounded, you know? And when there's too much overload going on, and what you just mentioned, oh my God, like that's a lot of heavy. Just one of those things is way too much. And you went through all of that?
And there's even more I didn't even mention there.
Oh my God, okay. Yeah. Yeah. So this stuff, and you're probably dreaming about your mother too, which is also...
Oh yes, I've had dreams of my mom.
Yeah. That's not uncommon either. It's kind of a way for your mind to adjust with reality, you know, with how things really are. I'm sorry to hear that happen to you. And you're not, you're not showing up as a victim. You're just going, this happened. I wonder how my friends on Saturday night handle this.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Thank you. Because we put the fun in dysfunction, I'll tell you what. Yep. My suggestion is, if you're someplace where you can't be in the mood of it, yeah, you hold on to it till later. But it's okay to have a good cry. It's okay to have a bout of anger. It's okay to be in the feelings for a bit, because if you can experience it and get it out of your system, it's so much better than shoving it down and not letting it happen.
Crumbs. Linda James, question, please.
Sure.
Diane? Are we
Yes.
expecting Diane?
Yes, and she'll show up as happy. Because?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the time. We are at 1 hour, 19, almost 20 minutes, and time is just flying by. And I'm wondering where Diane is because I thought she was going to rock up about 20 minutes ago.
I did
Yeah.
too. So either she's late or I must have misunderstood her.
Do you need to check this? I just gently suggest.
Oh, yeah, you know what? I can actually use my other device and see if she
Okay.
left me a message.
Well, then while you do that, I'll just chat with Mage if that's all right. Yeah, Mage, I like that you brought that up. It's vulnerable, it's candid, but it's also solution oriented, and it's exactly what's needed for a healing space. So your experiences, that's your truth, that's what you're going through, and it's relatable. So that really brings tremendous value to the discussion and to the, what's being done here. I get that. I get a value from that. So yeah, thank you.
Good. Yeah.
So I just read a message she gave me, and she said it's going to be 11 p.m. my time. So I'm the one that did the misunderstanding.
So
It's
your
another
time
half.
is when?
So it'll be another half an hour or so,
Right.
maybe another 40 minutes. So when we see her in the chat, we'll be able to, and she knows how to go backstage and everything. So it was my bad, my misunderstanding.
Okay.
Yeah, so we've got interesting conversations here. Happy Thoughts is talking about play them at their own game. Yeah, you can do that. What is it, Alan Watts? The journey is also play. It's also follow your highest joy. 68 Ecomouse gives the antithesis. The only X to win the game is not playing along. Yeah, I think it's somewhere like a combination of the two. So you could change the rules, sure. Still, it's just different perspectives for that. But I think all of these things are true. That's what it is. Kelly Blake Burrow, 3371 says, what is the topic tonight? Just came on. And then, of course, Sheila comes back. Sometimes, Claudia, we can't avoid playing. So true. Yeah. So I think all of these things are true. They all apply. But yeah, interesting discussion. Yep. We're not trapped like the lawyers, hopefully.
Right. I need to make a meme about me making up the word shunning. I just think that's so amazing. Wow.
What selective association?
It's apostates that made up that word. I lost my mind.
Well, if it's apostates, who's the apostate that wrote the revised 2013 Silver Sword?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. That's what it's an admission, almost like religion is a snare and a racket.
Yes.
Who said that? So as soon as now, yeah, exactly. So now, by having Watchtower representatives saying apostates made up the shunning, we say, well, wasn't that you? That's all that's done. Hey, Rizdal, isn't that you? When you pointing the fingers, isn't it? You point. Oh, you're pointing back at yourself. That's the game that's being played.
I did not see that one coming. And when I heard it, I was just devastated. And then today I'm in that sarcastic mood about it. And just laughing about it today.
Rizdal is telling you he's an apostate. That's what he's telling you. And that's why I say to you, and I play with the word apostle, babe. And I say, no, you're apostle, babe. You're the apostle, babe. They're playing a game with you. They're the apostate.
Yes. Yes. When I realized what a cool compliment that was, I was like, wait a minute. Oh my goodness. Well,
Well,
thank you.
Well, I had a pasta for dinner.
A pasta?
Ah, hello. Yeah.
See? Oh my God. That was great.
Linda James, may I post in the live chat the address to the StreamYard for Elaine Braindrain? Can I do that?
Yes. And
Should be pinned to the top there.
I do have it at the
Yeah.
top.
Okay, so we can just point it to the top of the live chat, but then she might be struggling to get there. So
Sure.
I'm just
Well,
gonna,
you're welcome
just
to
gonna
post it.
copy.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Sure.
I'm just going to do that
I have to take off
because
my
I think
headphones.
Elaine Braindrain wants to join the party,
It sounds like it.
and that'll be cool. Okay, posted. Thank you. Kelly Blake Borough 3371. Do you think it will be time itself that will teach Jehovah's Witnesses that the governing body members were wrong? Well, Kelly Blake Borough, 98% did admit, or it was admitted that 98% compromised on a doctrinal teaching. Because if you think about the teaching that comes through on the Bible studies, such as the Paradise Book, I'm talking about the most up-to-date teaching. They say you must have a respect for life and for blood and the life of the unborn child. But Kelly Blake Borough, what happened? They compromised, whereas the Catholic Church was up in arms about it, where they were getting cell lines from. So according to JW doctrine, they disassociated themselves. So technically, who's running Bethel is a disassociated group that's admitted publicly that they compromised their own principles. That's why you get somebody like Brother Messi from France gathering elders together or ex-elders and saying, well, we will be the messengers here because we were removed because of ethics. We were removed by persons who overstepped their mandate of authority and went beyond what was written, which invalidates the fact that we were removed. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the SLF book and put it publicly so people can not point to the messengers, but point to the message, which is the authority. And we're going to say, well, do they measure up? And what did we discover? They don't. So they didn't measure up with the, if you want to say, performative judicial committee or elders committee, which some people say, no, that's invalid, but because they were removed elders. Well, if you want to start getting strict on this, they couldn't have been removed if it was on a higher supreme ethic and it was a matter of doctrine. You can say they upheld doctrine when they said, no, we agree with David, who said he's going to pour the water out on the ground from the cistern in Jerusalem. And his three mighty men brought that water. He says, I'm not going to drink this. This is blood guilt. And they say, well, we apply that scripture to driving safely and having a license and always making sure that you're wearing your seatbelt. Well, then the same thing applies when to cell lines. I'm not saying this teaching is right or wrong, but that was what JW doctrine was teaching, was respect for the unborn child. Which sister in Bethel was going to donate their unborn child in an abortive process so that they could produce a cell line? There was none. That's a disassociating offense. And if you didn't disassociate yourself deliberately, it's a disfellowshipping offense. Or we say shunning, or we say removal, or we say limited association now. Whatever the case, that's the discipline that would come from the congregation for doing that.
No stream on mine. Please try. That's odd because the link there is correct.
Thanks, Mage. So yeah. Did I copy it correctly or?
Yeah, it's the correct link.
Elaine Brain Drain,
I'm
please
wondering-
persevere.
I'm wondering.
Because
I'm not seeing her in the chat on my device, but you're seeing her, so I know she's there.
yeah, I see her. Yeah, I do. Let me just check the link. But Mage says the link's working. Yes, it's definitely working. Definitely working.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's
Since I have her
Interesting.
personal
What?
phone number, I'm going to attempt to send it to her through a text.
Yeah, because it'll be cool. Thanks for that.
no, that is.
It'll be really
That's
cool.
are you streaming to another? Are you streaming to another live stream? Because
Yeah, there's
I'll
two
see- I'll
There's
see
streams.
another live stream,
that must
but
be it. Because she must be
Yeah.
over on the other live stream. Because I'm looking at your Pasta Babe Blinda James channel, and I don't see her in the comments here, but I do see her in the comments within the StreamYards window.
Yeah.
right?
So there's Vernon Shauna's channel that streams it as well. So there's two. There's Linda's own, and then there's I think it's 6 screens linked. Hey, but yeah, Shauna and Vern stream it as well.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, Jay Mars is right. So possibly Vern's channel. Yeah. Yeah. So half an hour till Diane rocks up. Cool. Well, we've covered a lot of ground today. I mean, if Norway has to spend 3 hours a day discussing these things, we've condensed it pretty well, I think.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah. Monday is going to be an interesting day. Elaine, I don't think you have to go to Vern's channel. I think it's just that link that gets you into the StreamYard. I'm open to correction, but I think that's how it works. So I'll send you the link again. So, yeah, did it come through? Yeah, there we go. So Elaine, Brain Drain, that StreamYard link, I see there's 2 of them. But yeah, any one of those, you can just click on those and it should bring you into the StreamYard. And I think Linda James is trying to message you directly. Yeah.
Yes.
So persevere, Elaine.
Mm-hmm. We'll get this figured out eventually here.
Yeah. Or you could even put in the comments what you're struggling with, what you're seeing on your screen. Maybe.
Yeah. Which YouTube channel are you watching this from?
So I just sent it to her through a text, and she should be able to join us through the text. Oh, I see you there. Got it. Oh, right on.
68
All
Eka,
right,
man.
good.
68. You have nothing to say? No, come on.
Oh my goodness, good. She got it. So, yeah, she's came on this before many, here and there, all kinds of places. So I'm pretty sure she can do that. Hi, Elaine.
Hello,
You have your
Elaine.
camera on. Do you want your
Welcome.
camera to be on or off?
I'm okay with it. I don't
Okay.
mind. Yeah, I
Well,
don't
hello,
mind the
beautiful.
camera. Hi there.
This is the
How
first
you
time
doing,
I've
girl?
ever seen your face. I know your voice. Hi. What's on your mind?
Well, I had a real. I mostly listen and I don't have much to say, but I had. Oh, I'm echoing.
That must
I don't-
try muting the YouTube channel that you're on.
Oh, okay. Hang on.
But you're coming through pretty good, Elaine, I got to tell you.
Yeah, I'm not hearing an echo from you. So
Okay.
And it's a real delight to be with you, by the way. Gotta tell you.
But everybody's echoing now.
Right. So you have to
Oh, well,
close the
thank you.
tab of the YouTube channel.
Yeah, or you can just mute the tab.
Okay, let me check something. Let me check.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sometimes
please
I'll.
persevere,
Okay.
Elaine, because we're pretty amped that you're on board.
Yes.
Yeah. Purple says,
I
I've
met
joined,
her.
but I've finally gotten to the stage of inserting food into my body. Yeah, it's a
That's
good
important.
plan.
Well, I hope you're having a good meal there. Maybe some pasta.
Right.
Yes. I haven't heard what Dallas is eating. Dallas has been quiet about what he's eating, which is unusual.
It is.
Looks like Elaine froze there.
Elaine, please come back. Don't give up.
So she
Please come
probably-
back.
She might have stepped away. We'll see what happens. And she might return. We'll see what
Over there.
happens. But
there I am.
There you are. There you are.
Okay.
Hello.
Elaine, we see
well, I
you
don't-
and we hear you.
Okay. Well, I was listening to Rick earlier, and I've been keeping up with what's been going
Yes.
on in Norway. And Rick took a poll about who the ones that called in. He asked them, "Do you think that the JWs are going to win in Norway, win the case or not?" And he wanted everybody to give their opinion. And most everybody thought that Watchtower was going to win. And I've been thinking about it. I'm a pretty slow thinker, but I've been thinking about it, and I'm thinking that they'll be reprimanded in Norway, but they'll be punished, but they will have the opportunity to reapply for charity status, for the money. And that's my thought, because court, well, I have my opinion about the court system, but court, after going through 2 divorces,
right.
and I was a paralegal for several years.
Okay.
Okay.
But what I found and what I find is judges want to go down the middle line. Judges, I think most judges try to take the middle line. And I think that the JWs will be punished, but they will be offered to come back and apply if they change their policies. So then Watchtower will say, okay, well, we'll just say shunning is a conscience matter. And they'll come out with that, and everything will blow over. But in the background, Watchtower will say, don't forget, we indoctrinated you to do what you're told. You're still
Yeah.
indoctrinated. You're going to go by your conscience. Well, your conscience is already, your conscience is, you don't have a conscience when you're in the Watchtower. So
We are your conscience.
yeah, we are your conscience. So basically, they'll be off the hook, but they'll still be able to sway the masses to do the shunning. But I don't think everybody's going to go along with it. I think, because I didn't shun when I was in for 45 years. I never shunned a disfellowship person. And then when my children left the faith, I was under a lot of stress, but I had to not talk about it. I would see my kids, but I would not talk about it. I wouldn't tell people, announce, oh yeah, I saw my kids today. Yeah. So, I think a lot of people, struggle, especially mothers. I'm not saying fathers don't struggle. I'm sure they do too. But, there's a unwritten law for the mother in her mind. She wouldn't throw her children in the trash. I mean, when mothers, you know how it is, Linda. You don't ever reach a point where you reject your children. I mean, I never did. I mean, if they were serial killers or they robbed a bank or they go to jail, yeah, well, they would still be my children and I would still love them. So I
Right.
understand the unwritten. There's something about a mother that she won't, she will never fully, well, some do if they don't have a natural affection for their children. Some will. But my thoughts were my children were going to come back when they left. I thought, oh, they'll come back and I'm going to be here to be their mom and help them and encourage them. I'm just going to do my part. I didn't allow it to destroy my life, my children not being in the organization. But the good end of the story is that they've all helped me. All three left, all three of my kids, and they've all helped me to leave. And now I've been out for 8 years. But the point of this conversation I wanted to make, I think the courts are going to take a middle line somewhere along the line. They're going to go down the middle. They're going to give a little to both sides, but they might make a policy, say, well, you guys change your policy. And you can re-apply, and then we'll check into it, that kind of thing. That's my thoughts, and don't know what else to say.
Give us more, Elaine Brain Drain. This is phenomenal stuff. What's next? Can we ask you questions about the universe and things like this?
Yeah, if you want to.
Thank you very, very much. Oh, it's good. I really enjoyed your perspective there. Thank you.
Yeah.
We are the church. Which you will be converted. And your personal beliefs and cultural traditions will service us. Resistance is futile.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, your thoughts are irrelevant.
When you were talking conscience, Elaine, I kept
Uh-huh.
thinking Bible-based conscience, Bible-based conscience.
No,
You know?
Watchtower conscious. Watchtower conscious. Everything was
That's
about
exactly what it
what
means.
will Watchtower think? Because if I ask myself the question, what will God think if I see my children? Well, God's going to be loving. In my
Mhm.
mind, I'm like, okay, he's a loving God. He's going to not punish me for seeing my children. How ridiculous that, a Watchtower tells me not to. It never made sense. So I didn't follow it. And a lot of people don't follow it. They just, behind the backs of everyone else, they see their kids, they check up on their kids, and they support their kids. I think you were in that position, Linda, weren't you?
So I was never baptized because I could not understand it. I tried to study twice, and after 6 months, they just dropped me. I couldn't make sense of it. So
But did you try to follow their policies, like shun your own children?
Would I? No way.
You never did.
I-
Good for you. Yeah.
No. Like I remember there was a gal that her name was Shelby when I was a teenager, and she was disfellowshipped. She'd go, if I saw her, she went to go get a drink of water. I did too. I would always say hi to her. I just think shunning is cruel and unusual punishment.
Yeah, I always went up to the XJW or the disfellowship ones. If I saw them at the grocery store, I'd go up to them and say, "Hey, I miss you. I love you," and I gave them a big hug and say, "How you doing?" and just treat them with respect and normal behavior. I never treated people like, "Ooh, I'm better than you," because I remember I'm only faded. Okay, I'm walking the middle line. I'm faded. Okay, I didn't even write a letter, nothing. And I mean, I was so when I woke up, I was so appalled at Watchtower's behavior that I felt they don't deserve a letter. They don't deserve anything from me. Like, I am not going to submit to anything they want. And so I stayed faded, and I'm just walking the line. But if I was to be in the same area where I was in a congregation and I ran into friends and I was faded, if somebody shunned me, I'd walk right up to them and say, "Shame on you! How dare you shun me?" You know, I'd be like, they're the ones that need to be ashamed, not the ones that are out. So it would be how I would handle it.
How do you imagine their reaction would be if you walked up to somebody doing that and said that?
Oh, they just walk away. But I wouldn't care. I would just let them have the memory of someone saying to them, "Shame on you." But I have plans. If someone comes to my door, I've had a few door knockers over the years, but I have a plan now to deal with them and be real simple. I'm not going to go into doctrine or lies or anything like that. I'm going to say, do you know that you're being mind controlled? And see what they say. Because they're going to walk away from that door and they're going to think about that. I don't need to
Yes.
argue about doctrine. I don't need to, I mean, I'm so woke up now that I see it's just about mind control. And so I would encourage them under mind control, people will do anything. And I said, please don't, if you're shunning your family, you should consider that. You're doing that for someone else, not for yourself. And you're being mind controlled. And call up your family and reinstitute your relationship with your family that you might be shunning. I'm going to be very empathetic, but make it clear when they leave my door that they have been implanted with the idea that they are mind controlled. And the mechanism that they use is fear. So if they have time to talk, I will invite them in, make them a cup of coffee and sit down and I will maybe tell them a little bit of my story, but not too much. I don't know how far I should go with that. I used to be a Jehovah's Witness, but I don't know if they're open-minded and they want to come in and we can talk about it. But it comes down to mind control and using the mechanism of fear. Real simple, but they don't know they're in it. They don't realize. Well, I'll come right out and ask them.
Sounds like a good plan.
Yeah, it's my plan. Instead of, talking bad about the organization, I'm just going to talk about mind control, and it's easy to be fall into mind control. But I don't know. That's the stage I'm at now. I know that most Jehovah's Witnesses have a good heart. They think they're doing good, and that's something that if you ask them, are you doing something good by coming out here and
use a Socratic method, huh?
yeah, yeah, Socratic. I love that method.
Mhm.
I'm not real good at it, but I'm just have more of a worldview of religion and mind control, and it can come in any form. It could come under politics,
Where I'm
politics.
sitting, you sound like you're kind of fading during that. I wanted to welcome Ika Mouse. Welcome to the show. It's good to have you.
Thank you. I was just eating a cookie the moment you called me.
Is it a German cookie?
Yes, it's the German. Can you see me? Or can't you? I can't see me. German Spekulatius.
I can see
then
you.
that's
Yes. You look good. Good to see you. We've seen you join Fran before. Welcome. How are you, Ika Mouse?
As always, early in the morning.
Elaine, Linda James, may I pose a question to Elaine if she's comfortable?
Oh yeah, I'm comfortable.
Sure.
Linda James, thank you. So my question is, how did you get into paralegal? That's an interesting story.
Well, Yeah. Uh, I was in a one of those stores that you can copy papers and uh, kind of an office supply place. And I was holding my newborn baby, or I was holding my firstborn, and a girl was copying next to me, and we got to talking. And I told her I'm looking for a job, but I can't work full time. I just want to get a part-time job. And she said, "Oh, well, I know an attorney that's looking for someone, so I'll give you her number." So I got the number from her, called the attorney up, and she was a estate planning attorney who plans estate for
Mm-hmm.
people
Wow.
and does
Okay.
She does wills and living wills and stuff like that. So I went on the interview. I told her I've done some secretarial, but I haven't worked in the legal field before. And she says, "Oh, well, I'll teach you what you need to know." And so I went and worked for her, and I learned a lot. And so
Wow.
then, yeah, and then
I
I
love
wa-
that.
I worked for her for about 6 months. I learned everything I could. And then I went and applied for another legal job, and I worked for a divorce attorney, and that was wild. So I was drawn to the legal field, and I started going to college course in paralegal. I liked the legal field, but because see, I was a Watchtower girl, so I never went to college. But I was always yearning to learn, and I would fall into situations, that I would be honest. I say, "Well, I've never worked for a divorce attorney." Uh, oh, she says, "Well, you're just gonna work the front office and do some extra typing and blah blah blah." And I said, "Okay." I mean, I never put on airs that I knew what I was doing. I was
Right. Right.
but I will give them my resume, and I had experience with working in different offices and stuff. So that's how I got into it, and then, I started learning about my own I had gone through a well, I hadn't gone through a divorce yet. Oh, yeah, I had gone through my first divorce, my first marriage, and, it caught me off guard going into that world because I didn't know that they had an agenda for me. When you as a woman, if you don't learn these things, you learn as you go, and I found out that the legal field, the way they view a man and a wife is that the woman, even if she has little children, she needs to get a job. And my whole world was my family and ministry, the JW ministry, and I love my life. I love being uh, in that world. It was a little bubble, and it was very nice. But I found out that the divorce world has an agenda for you, and the agenda is get a job. you know, it's real simple. You're getting a divorce, and your husband is not going to support you fully anymore. So you need to get out there and get a job. And so that's how I opened up to learning. But I didn't wake up from the JW world until I was uh, drawing Social Security. I mean, I was in my 60s, and I was drawing Social Security. So I learned that I didn't have enough to get my own Social Security, so they gave me Social Security off of my husband's insurance, and that was really good. So I had to learn what the world was all about, you know,
Right.
and that's
Right.
how and ever since then, I opened myself up to learning and, just helping other people, and it's good. I love it. I like, opening my mind and, looking into to different things. Um, Pretty much not under any authority of any sort. Uh, I do receive a government check, which is called Social Security, but I mean, I'm not under any obligatory authority. I don't work anymore because I have health issues, and my sons are so wonderful. All three of them, all three sons have been so helpful. They basically been taking turns with me. Oh, it's your turn to babysit mom. Okay.
Oh,
So I've
it's
lived
your
with all
turn.
my sons, and I love
That's
them
so
all
cool.
dearly. I love them all dearly, and they are my blessing. I mean, I would have found another way if I didn't have sons, but I don't know how things would be. But that's how I got into the legal field, and then I worked for a. After that job, I worked for a personal injury attorney. So I had a little taste of all forms of legal work revolving around those subjects. And I loved it. And but I was in the cult when I was into that, doing that, but it didn't wake me up. Learning about things didn't wake me up from the Watchtower. I put everything through the lens of living forever. So everything in my life was lived. All my decisions, everything I did, every relationship I had was based on living forever. And that was the hardest thing for me. Um, you know, learning that the organization is corrupt is one thing. I'm not surprised now that I understand the way the world is. But the actual personal belief in myself was the hardest to deconstruct, because uh, I had a living forever gene that was in me for 45 years, and I couldn't let go.
Yes.
And I still want to live forever, but I don't want to live under any kind of cruel God. The God that's up there is cruel.
Well, I'm gonna live forever or die trying.
Linda
Yeah.
James, may I read Sheila's comments, please? Because it's directed
Sure.
towards Elaine. Elaine, I don't
Yes.
know how you feel about this, but Sheila is a real support, really is. And Sheila, I don't want to embarrass you or anything like this, but I really do appreciate your input and what you do around the internet. But Sheila says, I appreciate you have health issues, but your brain is sharp, Elaine.
It's
I thought
shot.
that was a sharp, as in it's
Oh, sharp.
working.
Yes, she is. Okay, sharp.
Oh,
Yes.
Elaine, you've disappeared, but oh,
Okay.
man. But I hope you see this in the comments, Elaine. But Sheila's got a great comment for you, and she just feels your brain is ticking over really, really well. I don't know if I can put that way.
That's good. I'm glad she said that, because that's how I see Elaine as well. And yeah. Wow.
Well,
How
this
many
is
years
a
does she
really
say?
great- I don't know, but I'm so amped. I said this earlier, but I'm amped that Elaine popped up and showed her face, and this has been really cool.
It is. There she is. Welcome back, Elaine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
There you are.
I pushed the
Where'd
wrong
you
button.
go?
But thank you for that very nice compliment. And
Oh, you
I
caught
have to
that.
say-
Okay, good. Yeah. Well, we're still having good fun. And Diane's going to be with us in about 2 minutes, right?
If she shows up, I'm pretty sure she will. Yes.
If she shows up. Yeah, I just thought that was very kind of Sheila in the UK there. Sheila's got a lot of experience, and she recognizes that in you. And I think that's also something I'm tuning into. I think you're bringing in great experience, but with compassion. Yes, you've got the skill that came from the paralegal side, but your family, your sons, the maternal instinct. Yeah, this is what we need. We need more compassion. We do. We need more compassion. Yeah.
When
Well,
we
the only reason I'm still alive is I decided that I was going to become the person that I would have been if I hadn't became a JW at a teenage age. I was very young and naive, and very idealistic girl. And you know, it was hard to break out of that naivety. But I told myself when I woke up, you know, who am I going to be? Well, I'm going to be the person I would be if I never was a Jehovah's Witness. But although I did learn a lot being a Jehovah's Witness. You know, I learned how to be a salesman at the door.
Exactly.
And I learned to talk in public. I learned to be disciplined and do what Watchtower said, do what we say. And so I have to look at the positive. And I'm very, I got a lot of years to make up for. In other words, I didn't use my brain very well in the Watchtower. So now I'm saying, okay, well, you have a brain. You know, I used to believe God gave me a brain, so I'm going to use it, and till I die. That's the best way I can put it forward.
Got a brain, use it.
Huh?
You got a brain, use it.
I'm trying. Yeah, I'm dealing with aging brain, but I'm happy to be in the University of YouTube. I feel I'm getting a universal education.
Yeah.
In every area. I mean,
There's a class
opened
for
my-
almost everything. Yes.
I know,
Hold on
it's
just a second, please,
wonderful.
Diana. Hold on just a second, please. Diana's trying to chime in, and I need to tell her something. And Diana, your device says it's not connected. And what that usually means is that you need to connect your mic and your mic before I can add you to the stream. Oh, there you are. Okay.
Hi.
Welcome.
Oh,
Hi, Diana. How are you?
oh. I'm
Thank
fine.
you, Elaine. It was really good chatting with you, and yeah, it's great
Nice to meet
having
you.
you.
Yeah, and I keep
And it's great having you in the stream.
I'm open
Hi.
to taking calls from
Hello.
XJW. Anybody that's a new XJW that's going through trauma. I'm open to that.
good.
I'm signed up with Fran and Joe, so I take calls if anybody wants to call me.
That's awesome.
And Diana, we've been really looking forward to chatting with you. It's great to meet you.
Yeah, good to see you all. At the moment, because I have to do something with the camera.
You were showing yourself on camera a minute ago when you said hi, and so Diana has been talking to me for a few weeks now. She was going to come on with a few guests, and
Yeah, Jonas couldn't make it. He's on a plane.
right, okay,
And Adassa was also not able to show. 1 moment. Can you see me?
nope, I can only see your profile picture.
Oh, yes. Let's see.
There you are. There she is,
I don't.
Diana.
I only see my profile.
Okay, that should
Well-
switch. Did you turn off your YouTube yet?
Oh wait, I have to accept cookies. Let me see my YouTube. Yeah, I turned down the sound of YouTube. Wait a minute.
Okay, you turn down the sound on YouTube. Sometimes that'll.
Is it off?
Okay,
I'm looking for my camera.
I'm glad you're here.
I usually find it useful to just mute the tab altogether. That way you don't come back to YouTube and wonder why you're not getting any sound.
What did you say? Sorry.
I find it useful to just mute the tab instead of messing with the sound bar on YouTube.
Can you see ID?
No. No.
She's
Um,
sending app to me. Let me see, cause she's asking if you can see her. I said no.
so I'm sending you the link to the YouTube
Yeah.
live, and then when she gets into the live chat, she can go up to the top and click on that and join us.
Um, I'll send it again. Oh, she sees us. She can see
Okay,
us.
so Elaine just joined us. She sees us. Who is it that you asked me if,
I'm here. I'm
that you
here.
were going to bring on?
Her
Okay,
name is ID.
Ivy. Okay,
And she's from the Foundation Against Watchtower Shunning in Holland.
okay. Foundation Against Watchtower Shunning in Holland.
I send her
Okay.
a link. I can't. I hope it's the right one.
The one I just sent you
Where did you send it?
to. I'm sorry, I sent it to Messenger.
Oh, I sent her the one from YouTube.
Okay. This is okay though. However it works out, we kind of have this. This will happen.
I see. Hold on. Okay, this is the link.
That's the link to the live show. And once she gets there and opens up the chat at the top, she'll see the link to join the show.
Yeah, the link on the top, I sent it to ID.
Okay. There she
Yeah,
is.
the link on the
Hello.
top, I sent it to ID.
Hello, Ivy. Hi.
Okay.
There she is.
I am in the
Welcome.
show. Hello.
Hello, Ivy. Hi.
Hello, Ivy.
Hi. I need
am
you to
in the
turn
show.
off your YouTube
Hello.
channel, please,
Can you hear me?
because we're getting an
Yes.
echo. Yes, but I'd like you to turn off the YouTube, YouTube channel. I think that sounds better. Yes. Hi, welcome. How are you?
Hi, Ivy. We haven't seen each other yet.
Hi, Ivy.
Hi, Ivy.
Hallo. Kan jullie mij horen?
Each other yet. Yes.
Horen jullie mij?
Hi, Ivy.
Hi, Ivy.
Hallo. Kan jullie mij horen?
We're
Yeah.
getting an echo.
Yes.
Horen
So
jullie
we
mij?
still have the echo going on.
Hi, Ivy.
Hallo. Kan jullie mij horen?
Are you
Echo.
are you on
Horen
your
jullie mij?
computer or are you on your phone?
Hallo. Kan jullie mij horen?
Are you
Echo.
are you on
Horen
your
jullie mij?
computer or are
That's
you on your
weird.
phone?
Hallo. Kan jullie mij horen?
Whoa, that was
Okay,
weird.
I pushed mute on you, but I know you can still hear me. It's probably still echoing, but if you can close the tab for YouTube, because we're hearing YouTube plus we're hearing you on here, so it's echoing.
Ivy, kun je het geluid of je YouTube sluiten? Want we horen een echo. I think she's
Okay.
coming on again.
I think she's going to try again. Yeah. So if you can still hear me, even if you just push pause, you know, if you stop the live video before you tune in with the StreamYard link, that might be helpful as well. Yeah. So she's with the The Holland. Please say that again, Diana.
Yeah, the ID is from the Foundation Against Watchtower Shunning in Holland.
Okay, Foundation Against Watchtower Shunning. Have you heard? It's apostates that made up that word shunning.
Yes.
Who knew?
Yeah, but you know that there are a lot of witnesses there as well. So they heard him lie also, didn't they?
Yes. Yes. Maybe I could
I'll call her. I'm gonna call her.
okay. That sounds good. Because we're a classy place. And these things happen and we let them just happen. It's all good.
Yeah, Linda James. So setting this up, yeah, it can be quite tricky. The technical side catches us all out, or the latency, or just the complexity, I think. But yeah, let's keep persevering, because yeah, it's great to hear from all the various ones.
So
Like Edie. I hope Edie is able to come back. That'll be great. There we go.
Welcome
It's
back, Elaine.
Elaine.
You guys are going to see me
My line
join the.
keeps, I keep clicking out.
I'm going to try joining this show so I can get the link. And if it.
There's just
No one-
another point from Happy Thoughts. She's saying, is it possible for Diana to turn up the sound? So
For Diana's
maybe-
voice?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you get a chance, Diana, can you turn up the sound for your microphone? So I'm going to try to jump into the show with my other device. If it makes a bunch of echoing sound, bear with me. I'll.
yeah, I'm chatting with Ivy. So one moment, please.
Okay. She put herself on mute on purpose.
J Mar says, technical difficulties, please stand by. Ricky Fearon, lockdown.
love that
Halfway
one.
through the new show today. Yes.
Yeah, there's always technical difficulties with live streams.
Yeah,
Right?
Yeah. Well, you're handling this all so well.
Oh, thank you. It's shift happens. We're a classy joint. Okay, I
Yeah.
need to add myself to the stage. And I had my thing turned down. It's doing the echo thing. I'm trying to turn it down. And it is turning down.
Yeah. Another echoing one. Let me see if I can turn mine on.
You're late.
Oh, you're bad. Okay, I just need to get in here and get the link. Okay. So now I'm going to give Diana the direct link to the stream, and I've given it to you, Diana, on Messenger, but I think she's here, and I just needed to add her. Hi. Welcome.
En nu ben ik er, volgens mij. Ja. Maar horen jullie mij nu of niet?
Yes, I see you.
Ik zit erin.
Welcome.
Zien jullie mij?
And welcome back,
Maar
Elaine.
horen jullie mij of niet?
Thank you.
I keep clipping out. Sorry.
Good to see you guys.
Yeah,
Thank you, Elaine.
Ivy.
Ja, is goed.
But can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine. Yes. And there's no echo. And Diana, I can hear you too.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Can you hear me or not?
Yes.
Okay.
So the phones, if you guys are still on the phone, hang that up.
The echo to
So we're
fall.
hearing the echo.
Sorry, my
Um,
phone was doing.
Was that the phone? Okay.
Okay, can you hear me?
That,
Yes.
yes, I can. Yay! I'm so glad you're here. Welcome. It's good to see you. Welcome back. Diana has brought you here before too.
I don't think so. I think.
So can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. I'm glad. Okay.
Sorry, it took a long time.
That's okay. It happens sometimes. And you got some help, and that's good. I've been there. I've been there. So now we have Ika Mouse joining us. Welcome. Welcome, Ika Mouse. So I just wanted to give both of you some time to share what you had on your mind. Diana and Eddie. We've kind of been talking about the case in Norway, but I think you guys had some things you wanted to share, so I'm open to that.
So, Heidi, can you tell a little bit about yourself?
I've got a little echoing here.
Oh, can you
Okay.
yeah, turn off the sound of the YouTube channel?
Are you on the computer or are you on a smartphone or tablet?
Heidi, you're muted. Je geluid, je microfoon staat uit.
I'm on the computer.
Okay, so up at the top, you'll see that there's different tabs, and one of them will say YouTube, and there'll be an X right next to it. And you'll see one that says StreamYard Studio and an X next to that. That's not the X you want to touch. You want to touch the X that says YouTube. And if you take your mouse and bring it up to that X, it'll help get rid of the echo.
Must
So
I
what
click
you'd
on
be-
the YouTube channel?
Het geluid van YouTube moet uit, maar je zit in de studio van StreamYard via de link. Maar je moet het geluid,
Oké.
YouTube kanaal moet je uitzetten.
Oké, en nu?
Hoor je nog een echo?
Nee.
Oh, oké.
Okay, no echo anymore. Sorry. I'm not so
Good.
familiar with all of this.
Me, I understand. And what language were you two just now speaking?
Dutch.
Dutch, thank you. Diana knows more languages. That's so cool.
My
So,
grandfather was
yes.
Dutch.
Heidi is not Dutch from origin. Are you, Heidi?
No, I am actually born and raised in South Africa.
That's where our Matthew is, up here at the top, that gentleman with the long beard. He is in South Africa right now. That's where he's at. That's where he resides.
That's lovely. That's lovely. Where are you at?
Cape Town.
Oh, Cape Town. Wow, nice. Beautiful.
Oh,
Are you talking to me, or are you getting more clarity from Matthew?
Okay, so I've heard that you would like to know something about our foundation against watchtower shunning.
Yes.
Okay, I will start with that.
Yes, please.
Or must I first start with my experience and my me being a Jehovah's Witness and why I left? Or shall I start with the foundation?
Whatever comes natural to you.
Okay. Okay.
And I'm going to take a quick break, but I'm going to be listening on my device.
Okay, I will start with myself.
I'll be listening.
I was about 6 years old when my mum, when Jehovah's Witnesses came to our door. My mother was very vulnerable, and I use that word vulnerable because I'm going to use that during while I'm speaking here, because I have noticed that many ex-Jehovah's Witnesses I've met, especially my age, which is 65, their parents were vulnerable when they started studying with the Jehovah's Witnesses. And in my case, my mom was vulnerable because when I was born, my father died when I was only 8 days old. And my mom got remarried, and she felt pregnant. And when she was really at the end of the pregnancy, Jehovah's Witnesses came to her door. And my mom was afraid that the same thing would happen to her, that her husband will die and she will have a baby and she will be a widow. So, of course, the Jehovah's Witnesses, they came up with their fairy tale promises, and my mom started to study with them. And my stepfather said to her, "You don't know what you're doing, because it's quite a big thing, the Jehovah's Witnesses." But later on, he started to study as well, and it came forward that he never told my mother, but he was a Jehovah's Witnesses when he was young. And he even pioneered, and he was very active. And but because they immigrated to South Africa, they didn't have transport. They couldn't speak the language. The distances in South Africa is quite far, so they didn't go to the meeting. So they faded out. Okay, fast forward, they studied, both of them again, and my stepfather was very active. And I was about 6 years old, so I had to go to the field service and meetings and everything. I had to go along with him. My mom wasn't that active because she had a baby, so we were very active. And he was very strict as well. I was at school. I wasn't allowed to play sports. You know, the common things we're not allowed to do. I could sing quite well, and I wasn't allowed to join the choir. All that type of things. And at about 17, I got baptized, but then I was living in the Netherlands again. And because I thought I had the truth, but never investigated other religions, because they were Babylon the Great. They don't have the truth. Then we immigrated back to South Africa. We went up and down, up and down, up and down all the time. And I married my husband. He was a Jehovah's Witnesses from Poland. He fled from Poland to South Africa, and we got married, and we were very active Jehovah's Witnesses. And then after 8 years, we immigrated back to the Netherlands. And also all the years active, but then my sister got disfellowshipped. We were still living at my parents' house because we didn't have a house. They disfellowshipped my sister, and the way they did it wasn't very pleasant. I was interrogated like it was terrible, the questions they asked me. And I just thought it was very unfair why I had to be at that judicial committee case, whatever you call it. And I said the questions were horrible. And the elders instructed my parents, my sister wasn't allowed to eat with us. She must go upstairs to her bedroom and eat there. She wasn't allowed to pray with us. So my father was very upset, and he said, "It's my house, it's my rules, and I decide what's going to happen in my house, not you." So we were upset, and we went to Bethel, me and my dad, and we discussed it there. And after 6 weeks, my sister was reinstated because they made a big mistake. But due to all that nonsense my parents and I experienced, my parents just decided that's enough. We don't want to do any, we're just going to fade out. We don't want anything to do with it. But I always said, you know, they are humans, they make mistakes. Yes, you know, no, let's just carry on. But the congregation we were in, they were not very happy that my sister was reinstated that quickly. When they announced it, it sounded like a funeral talk. Some were happy, some were not happy, especially the elders that disfellowshipped my sister. And but fortunately, we had to move. My husband found a job about 100 kilometers away from that congregation. So we came from hell into paradise, because the new congregation was really paradise comparing to the old one. And we were happy. We were really very happy. We had no complaints. Only thing, my parents weren't, they were still Jehovah's Witnesses, but they faded out. My mother started smoking again because she was a smoker before she became a witness. They started to celebrate birthdays again, that type of thing, you know. And as I said, we were very happy in that congregation. And then we bought a house because, and the house was about 20 kilometers away from that congregation. And we also were very active in the Polish field because of my husband speaking Polish. We had a little in Utrecht, that's about 50 kilometers away from us. There's a Polish congregation, and they needed some extra people to help them to build the congregation and so forth. So my husband, they were asking him if we could go there, and so that we did that. And we always took a brother with us, and he stays in where Diana stays in Tiel, and on a camping there, and we picked him up, and then we would go to Utrecht. And then he said to us in the car, "Do you know that they changed the baptism questions?" So I said, no, I haven't noticed that. But I must be honest, you know, when you sit at that convention hall or whatever, you are so used to the questions, you don't even listen to them anymore. So I said, no, I haven't. So, but that it bothered me. So when I got home, I went onto the internet because I couldn't believe it.
Right.
And because you go into the internet, search Jehovah's Witnesses baptism questions, and then I thought, is my baptism still valid? Because I was baptized in, I think, 1978 or something like that. I was baptized in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And now they've changed it into Spirit-directed organization. And I thought, that's not right. Jesus never mentioned Spirit-directed organization. I can understand, you know, that you say, okay, you are aware of your sins and blah, 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 and, you know, that, but Spirit-directed organization, no. But because I was on the internet, and that's when the trouble started. And I saw a lot of things. First of all, the child sexual abuse. And I thought, my goodness, this is not true. That can't be true, because I was still defending it like crazy. I've got family in Poland, and they are strict Catholics. And we would go into discussion like we all do always. No, but we are clean. We are Jehovah's organization.
Right. We
don't have sexual abuse. You know, the Catholics, they do have it. We blame them. And I was still defending the whole sexual abuse thing. And then I came across Mark and Cora Latham. I don't know if you know them. They're from the UK.
Yes.
I got there. I went onto their YouTube channel. And they told the whole life story actually on that YouTube channel. And I thought, what's going on here? What the hell is going on here? It's impossible. But they triggered me and they woke me up. Those two woke me up. Most people say Lloyd Evans woke them up, but Mark and Cora woke me up.
Mark and Cora are a lovely couple.
Yes, and they are very respectful. And of course, then automatically you would come to Lloyd Evans, his YouTube channel, and I watched his stuff as well, which is good. Not all of them, but it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Yes.
Lloyd asked me if I could do a program with him called 62 Apostates That Loves You, something like that. So I did a small thing in there. And that's how I woke up. And I was sitting at the Kingdom Hall, and we were studying the Revelation book. And then 2 years later, they revised the whole Revelation book, and I thought it's horrible because how can they change the doctrine? How could, like 2 years ago it was they were saying this, and now they're saying that, and I was becoming unhappy. I was becoming a bit depressed because what's going on, and the sexual abuse, the doctrine changes, all of it, and I was looking to everybody with different eyes. And I said to my husband, listen, I don't know about you, but I can't sit there anymore because I don't believe it. It's not God's organization. I can't do it anymore. So he said, Adi, he said, me neither.
Wow.
So we decided to that was in 2008, and it was just before the memorial. And that's the first time in 43 years that I haven't been going to the memorial.
Wow.
And my conscience was bothering me because I thought I must be there. I mean, that's the you must be there.
Mm-hmm.
And I was very, very, very upset that we went there, and we went to walk the dog. Terrible. We should have been at the Kingdom Hall, but we walked the dog and we felt like, oh, this is wrong what we're doing. But from that day on, so April 2008 or March 2008, we never ever set a foot in the Kingdom Hall again. Never, ever. So we faded out. We never made the decision to disassociate ourselves. We faded out. But then you have a problem when you fade out because they come and visit you.
Yes, they do.
They do. And we had quite a lot of brothers coming to visit us. From our old congregation came, and the new congregation came. And then this one elder came every second Sunday with his daughter. And he would sit like 2-3 hours talking to us about work, about crap, not even much hour. And it was actually making hours. That's what they had to write the hours. That was how I felt about it. But I had old parents as well, and my parents would come from 100 kilometers far away to come and visit us on Sundays. And I didn't want him to come here every second Sunday because I don't have time for that. So I started to actually, when he came to the door, I started to lie. Sorry, my parents are coming. Sometimes I did, sometimes I didn't, but I didn't feel like having any conversations with them anymore because it's not the truth. And then all of a sudden, in 2017, beginning of 2017, it's nearly 10 years later, 2 brothers at the front door. I don't know who they were because I've never seen them in my life before. And apparently it was a circuit overseer and an elder. And they asked if they could come in, and we said yes. And they came and they asked us a question. And we knew it because I was online always, and my husband as well. And the question was, do you believe that the governing body is inspired by Jehovah to lead his people? And if you say no, they will disfellowship you straight away. So we said, my husband just said to me, when they come, you just shut your mouth, because I've got a big mouth, and I'm straight to the point, and I will just tell them,
Yes.
So my husband said, "You mustn't say anything. I will do the talking." So my husband told them, "I believe that Jesus is the mediator between God and mankind. That's all." So he turned a bit, you could see he was not happy with the answer. He turned a bit red, and he started to talk to us. And then the elder said to him, calm down, you must calm down. You calm down, because he didn't get the answer he wanted. And then all of a sudden he said to us, "You are not Jehovah's Witnesses if you don't preach about Jehovah." And I thought, what? But that was it. So they asked if they could pray. So we were said, of course you can pray, but my eyes was wide open. I didn't agree with what he said. And when they left, I said to my husband, "I don't know what you are going to do, but I'm getting fed up with this. They come to our house, we invite them, they interrogate us, telling me I'm not a Jehovah's Witness because I don't do field service. Who the hell are they? I am going to disassociate myself. I don't know what you're going to do, but I'm going to do it." That evening, the same evening, I wrote my letter. I disassociated. Why I'm going to dissociate myself? Everything, I wrote it down. And he said to me, "Listen, put my name underneath it. Well, I'm going to sign it as well." we disassociated ourselves together. So we asked in that letter, "Please confirm our dissociation." And we went to the Kingdom Hall, we put it there in the letterbox, and as till today, it's 10 years ago, maybe 9 years ago, we haven't heard a thing. Only thing we have noticed is when they did field service, because they would come to my door, because we live like a remote little town, and then it's like outside territory for them, and then they need the toilet. And then they would come and they would ask, "Can we use the toilet?" But now all of a sudden they didn't need the toilet anymore. And that's why I knew we were disfellowshipped. Also, when you go to a shop and you see them, they turn their backs. So we knew we were disfellowshipped. But I'm a tough auntie.
I can tell.
I said to my husband, "We must phone Bethel. And we must ask them, are we disfellowshipped?" Because we never had a confirmation about our disfellowship. We were disfellowshipped. We need a confirmation. So we phoned. And then you get the receptionist, and then she says, "Okay, hang on, I'll put you through to the department." And then the department will say, "No, we don't know, but we'll put you through to somebody else." But we never spoke to that somebody else until this day. They just don't answer it. They will not answer that question. Okay, fine. And but of course, we lost a lot of friends, because all of a sudden, because what the buggers did. Sorry that I used that word. We were also in South Africa. I was born and raised there. I was there in the lie. I don't call it the truth anymore. I call it the lie. I was there in the lie. My husband was there in the lie. Apparently, they announced the disfellowshipment here in Holland, but they also had the guts to do it in South Africa, in the congregation we were in. And we, all of a sudden, all my friends I had, because only Jehovah's Witnesses, were gone. They were gone. But okay, I live in Holland. I live in South Africa. I don't see them, so fine. Only problem is when we go there on holiday, because we frequently go there, we can't go there anymore. And then my heart is a bit sore, because I would love to see my friends, because I don't hate them. I don't
Right.
shun them. It's them doing it to me, to us. And so that's the only sad part of it. You know, when we go there, we can't go because I used to grow up in the vicinity of Johannesburg. And we would fly from Amsterdam to Johannesburg, and then we would rent a car and we would visit our friends, and then we go on holiday. But now we can't do that anymore. So when we go now, I go to fly straight away to Cape Town because I've got family in the Western Cape, and and I've made some real friends there.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I had school friends, and we were there 3 years ago, and my school friends came all the way from Johannesburg to Cape Town to come and see me. And then I thought, well, those are the real friends. They are the real friends. The Jehovah's Witnesses, they weren't real friends. They were conditional friends. If you don't do what Watchtower tells you to do, they don't want anything to do with you. But if you walk along, you've got conditional friends. And it makes my heart sore as well, because last year my best friend's daughter died all of a sudden, had the flu. She died. I hear it, of course, because I've got contacts still there. And they told me, and I thought, oh, you know, I wish I could phone her and just tell her, I'm so sorry to hear about your daughter, because her daughter is 2 years older than my son.
Yes.
I saw her grow up, you know. And that hurts because, you know, if you can,
Yes.
you know. So, okay.
Yes.
So I'm very active on Facebook with my activism work. I'm in most Jehovah's Witnesses groups, which is actually run by apostates. So somebody saw me doing activism work. I always try to be neat. And they sent me a message, and they asked me if I would like to be on a radio program. They want to interview me because my life as a Jehovah's Witness, the same what I'm doing here, telling them my story. And I said, well, fine, but I use actually a fake name on Facebook. And
Good.
they said to me, we can use your fake name. So I said, no, I'm not afraid. My real name, you can use it.
Okay.
So they asked me as well, can you maybe organize some more ex-Jehovah's Witnesses from the Netherlands to join in this program? But I did that because I'm in the ex-Jehovah's Witness Facebook group in Holland, and I asked them, but nobody.
Mm-hmm.
And they and we all know Patrick Haak. You all know Patrick Haak? He is from Belgium, and he went to court, took the Jehovah's Witnesses to court, and he won the case because of the shunning procedures. But then the Jehovah's Witnesses, they applied against it again, and the Jehovah's Witnesses won. So Patrick Haak also came into this radio program, told his story, and I told my story. And then there was, now I'm going to the source thing. And then Henry Dahlem, which is also very, very active activist, he heard this program and he thought, oh, we must do something about this because activism is going, it's there in Holland. We must do something about it. So he organized, he invited ex-Jehovah's Witnesses to come to Arnhem to have a meeting and see if there's people that are interested in doing more activism work, but under the name of a foundation. So we said, and he gave her like a talk, and there were a lot of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, and yes, there was, yes, we said, yes, we will do it. And I said, you know, the goal is, my goal as well, to expose the dirt inside this organization. That's my goal. Not to get them banned or whatever, but what's inside must come outside as well. People must know what's going on there.
Right.
So I said to my husband, I'm going to do it. My husband says, he's not going to do it. He's not going to do it. He's not like, he doesn't want to do it. So I'm the only one doing it, but he supports me, but he's not doing it. So we became a group, and we said something like, it must become legal, because then you're stronger. You know, if you have a name, you're stronger than just a few loose ends. You must have a name. So it became a foundation against watchtower shunning. It's a registered group, and we get together a few times a year. And it started in 2022. And now what are we going to do? And we were quite a few ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, and we decided to go to Bethel. And and Henry, he's a chairman. He knows a hell of a lot about law, and he knows what we can and what we can't do.
Is he the one that jumped the fence?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Me too.
Right on.
And Hadassah,
High five.
yeah, and Hadassah, who couldn't be here today, she also jumped the fence.
Right on.
And so we did, we asked the mayor of Ammon, where the Bethel is situated, if we can go there and demonstrate, because we always must have a permission to do things like that. Otherwise, troubles. So
Okay.
he said, you can have this permission. So we wrote a letter to Bethel, to Mr. Ling, who is a board member of the Watchtower here in Holland. And we announced that we will be there on Saturday, and the time and the date and everything. We mentioned everything. So we got there. We were a bunch of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. We were there. And then we went to the gate, and they've got this intercom, and we asked them, can we speak to Mr. Ling? So they said, no, it's Saturday today. We don't work on Saturdays. So we said, Henry said, yes, but you come to our doors on Saturdays. So that's also work, isn't it? Even on Sundays, you come to our doors. So he laughed a bit, the guy the spokesman. You know, they have a spokesman, and the spokesman must do all the dirty work for them. So so we said, but we'd like to give him this letter and wanted like to talk to him about the shunning procedures of the Jehovah's Witnesses and the child sexual abuse, because nothing is done about it. So he says, no, Mr. Ling is not here, and and he wouldn't take the letter, and so, but we thought, now, we didn't come all the way from all over Holland to get there, because it's far away. They're up in the north of Holland. So we said, what the hell are we going to do? So about 7 of us, climbed over the wall. And I'm as stiff as crazy, so they had to help me to get over the wall. But
I love it. Oh goodness. She kind of went dark.
Something on with the internet, I think.
I think so too. Okay. She's going to come back, I believe.
Yeah, she'll be back.
Wow. So Diana, you've sent me videos of this.
Yes, that was another occasion.
yeah.
Oh,
Okay. So
Okay.
I will carry on.
Okay.
So we jumped the wall.
Hello. Welcome.
Hello, can you
back.
hear me?
yes.
Yeah, sorry, something went wrong. I don't know what. We went onto
Yes.
their property because it's private property. So they said to us 3 times, will you please leave the property? And then we said, no. And the second time and the third time, and they said, okay, now we're going to phone the police. So we said, fine. So they phoned the police, so the police came. And they opened the gate for the police, but they didn't open the gate for us. So the police went in
Right.
with their,
That's right.
they've got, I think, a Mercedes, the police. So they went in there and they asked us, did you people phone the police? Because we were neat. We were calm, nothing wrong with us. So we said, no, we didn't phone the police, but they did. So, okay, so they went to them. But they first asked us, why are we here? Why are we here? So we told them why we're there. We would like to speak to Mr. Ling, and we told them the story. So they said, so she said it was a lady. So she said, okay, I'm going inside and I'm going to talk to them. And so she went inside, talked to him for about an hour. And then she came out and she says, listen, I don't know what to do with this. So she phoned the head of the police and he came. And then they went inside again. And after about half an hour, they came out again and they asked her, she said, okay, I've got something. I will type the letter, she said, and I will give it to Mr. Ling. So we said, Mr. Ling is here. So she said, yes, he's inside. So I said, but when we were at the door, at the gate, we asked to talk to him and they said, he's not here. So they are lying. They're lying again. But we said, no. We don't want to give the letter to the police and the police must give it to him. We wanted to give it personally. So she went inside again and she tried to negotiate and what have you. But they don't want that. So she asked us to leave the territory. But we already said before we went in, if somebody gets arrested, only Henry, we will leave in peace, but he will stay. So he stayed. And they took him in the police car and they took him to the station. At the station, they just, they had to do the legal paperwork and why you did this and why you did that. And they gave him a pizza and they gave him a cup of tea. And they didn't even jail him. He had just to sit in the office and tell his story. And after about 30 minutes, he was out. So we picked him up. And we went all to have a lunch or it was dinner. We went to the McDonald's, can't remember, and we laughed and we had fun.
Good.
But that was the first time. And we were there totally 10 times. From 2022 up to 2025, we visited Bethel 10 times. Announced our visit, writing the letters, but they never, ever opened the front door. Henry was arrested 4 times because he only jumped the gate and, jumped the wall and went inside because we don't want to bother them because there are old people there living there. And the shooting at Hamburg.
Yes.
We can understand that the old people are afraid and
Yes.
they might be afraid of us we will never do that, but we understand them. So we don't want that. We want to be peaceful and show them that we are peaceful and the police can never say, you had stones or you had guns or whatever, you were peaceful. So, okay. So that is, and then the mayor of Emmen said he would like to be like a mediator. So he invited us to go to Emmen, to his office, and he invited Mr. Ling and some representatives of the Watchtower as well, so that he can be sort of mediator to talk to all of us. But the Watchtower refused; they didn't come.
Have a meeting at the police station talking about CSA. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But they didn't. They didn't want to come. But they are not allowed to because it's rules from America. It's the rules from the governing body. They are not allowed to do that because if they do it, they must do it all over the world because all over the world activism work is really going on, and if they talk to us, they must talk to all the others as well, which they won't do.
Right.
And but we wanted more media attention. We wanted to we want to be that the judge must decide, you know. So, but they don't do anything with us jumping the wall or nothing. So Henry actually went a bit further, and he wrote the judge a letter. He says, "Yeah, I'm actually trespassing. I'm on their property, and you do nothing." So they said, "Okay, they'll fine him." So he refused to fine him. It was like 100 euros. So he refused to pay the fine. So he had to go to court. So we all went back again to Groningen. To Assen. It was Assen. It's hell far away from us, but we went there and there was a court case. But he was very well prepared, and the jail witnesses, a lawyer was there, and some of the representatives were there, but not Mr. Ling. Some of the representatives were there, and the judge asked him, "Now, why are you doing this? You know, it's private property." So he could explain and he could explain and he could explain. But the case was so interesting. There were a lot of lawyers there as well, because they'd never seen such a thing. It's never been such a case. Never. So they were there. It was packed. It was packed with people. Only about 5 or 6 representatives from Bethel, and the rest was all most apostates and people that were really interested in this case. So
Wow.
the judge had a lot of, because he never had this in his life before, such a court case. And he had to explain, of course, why he's jumping the wall and the cause of why we are doing this. And anyway, so the judge said, "Listen, I must think about it, 15 minutes, and then I'll come back." But it was about an hour before he came back.
Okay.
And then he said, suspended. The court case suspended. We don't have to pay the fine. We have the rights. We have the rights to demonstrate. That's a
Okay.
legal thing here in Holland. We had permission. We can demonstrate whenever we like.
Mm.
And the Watchtower didn't like that, because they were arguing, yes, but it's private property and it's this and it's that. And but we were not harmful. We were peaceful. We didn't do nothing wrong with the law. Suspended. So we won, actually. The foundation.
Wow.
And they were very unhappy. So we were expecting now that the hell is going to break loose, because they're
Right.
now going to, you know, because that's what they do all over the world. They will
That's right.
go after us. So, okay, then we went to Bethel. So now the chairman, our chairman, Henry, received a letter from their lawyer, which is actually a Protestant, not a Jew.
I love it.
Protestant.
Yes.
And in the letter was, "You're not allowed to come to our Kingdom halls anymore. You're not allowed to come to the Bethel anymore. You don't at the convention halls." He had like a restriction. He's not allowed to go near them anymore. But they tried this as well when we were at the judge, and they want a restraining order, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work because we're not violent or whatever. We can go there. We can do whatever we want as long as it's peaceful. So this letter from the lawyer isn't valid. It must be the judge that must decide, not the lawyer. So we went there again to Bethel, and he jumped the wall again. And so they came with this letter. "You are not allowed to be here." And they said 3 times, they phoned the police. So the police came again, and we talked to them, but the police is also getting fed up with us because every time it's the same story. So they took him along to say blah, blah. Nothing happened. Nothing happened because it's not, that letter is not valid. And but that was the last time we were there, because it's now also really the last time the foundation is going to Bethel, because they will never ever open the gate for us again. They won't. So what are we going to do now? We are going to create an activism group without Source. We're going to split. the foundation is going to talk to government, the parliament, which we already did. I was there with them talking to ministers, prime minister. We were really there talking to them, and they are investigating the shunning procedures, not only of the Jehovah's Witnesses, the practice, but of all cults. I'm not allowed to say the word cults, but I will say it here, of all cults, because in Holland there's a lot of cults, and they have nearly the same practices. So they are under investigation. But what Source wants, the foundation wants, is there must be a law. We want a law against shunning. They must stop. The law, there must be a law. And he will fight, along with a few of us, we will fight till that law is there. But now we are busy with a small activism group. And what we want to do is in July, there's a convention, international convention in Utrecht, and we will be there.
Okay.
We will be there. There's an international convention in Warsaw. We will be leaving, we all go on holiday in Poland in June. End of June, we will be going home, but we will extend our holiday for a week because there's also an international convention in Warsaw. So we will go. We are there. So we will have our activism there as well. And then
did you say Russia?
No, Warsaw.
Thank you. Okay.
Poland.
I was going to say, I don't think that's
so
a good idea.
There, and then a week later, I'm in Holland again, standing there. So yes, that is that's our goal for now. We in half of April we will come together, and we will, because we must have permission from the mayors and what have you to be there, and then the activists will because unfortunately two young people committed suicide in December, ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, because of the shunning. And we decided, well, we must do something about it. So I want to make billboards and talk and go with these billboards to Bethel. I will still go there. But then walk from the train station to the Bethel, which is a hell of it's not near, but everybody must see it. Victims of shunning, and then all the photos of the people we know that committed suicide due to shunning.
Wow.
That's our next step, and also cart crashing, but not but talk to them, and we will not leave. We will not leave. We will stand next to them, and if they phone the police or whatever, we will leave. But if they don't phone the police, we will stay. And I will stand there with my billboard, victims of shunning that committed suicide. We must still think about how we're going to put it down, but that's what we're going to do. So that is Source. 67 times Source has been on the new media. News, newspapers, TV, you name it. It's only Henry, only he, 67 times. I don't know how many times, I'm not 67 times, but I don't know how many times I've been on the TV and media and YouTube channels and whatever. I can't remember. Hadassah, because Hadassah was being sexually abused. Hadassah is been on the documentary. I don't know if you know about the documentary that's been made here in Holland about the Jehovah's Witnesses, what they believe, then the sexual abuse, and then the shunning. It's a very, very beautiful documentary. Unfortunately, it's only for the Dutch.
Right. I think Diana sent it to me. Yes.
Yeah.
I think so.
And, people see that. And now even some scientific people saw it in Groningen, and they contacted Hadassah, and they want to make like the same that they did in with this stop mandated shunning.
Yes.
They want to make a report of what it's doing to people, when you get out of a cult. and
Yes.
they contacted her. So we are. I will maybe I will never. Getting old, so maybe I will never see it in my life that it will happen. But maybe when I'm dead and for the future, there will be a law against watchtower shunning. We always say to everybody, we don't want them banned. They
Right.
can carry on whatever they want. They can preach, teach, whatever they want, but they must stop their shunning practices and they must do something about the sexual abuse, acknowledge it. That's our goal. That's my story.
Wow.
Yep.
You are on a mission and you are tuned in. You have direction. You know what you're doing and why. And I'm the
Yep.
same way. I have to know why I'm doing what I'm doing and what is the end result that I'm intending to cause. And you're that way. You're very focused.
Yes,
And
I am perfect. And
yes,
I never thought it would be in me because I'm not that type. I'm always a bit the quiet person, and I never thought I will do things like this. But I've seen the harm.
right.
I've seen the harm, and I see what it does to people. And getting this fellowship because you were raped and you were abused by your uncle or your aunt, and they
Yes.
disfellowship the victim. And the uncle and aunt can stay in the Kingdom Hall. Nothing happens to them. That's so unfair. I can't.
Yes.
Sometimes I'm tired as well. I'm tired because, and it costs us a fortune because we have to travel, we have to train, we have to pay for the people that hasn't got the money to come with us. It
Sure.
costs us a fortune. And now even I spoke to Patrick Hawk 2 days ago of this stop mandated shunning. He says you must
Yes.
make a website, put it on their website so that people can find us. But we don't have the money to build a website. We don't have money to build a website. So if there's somebody listening and can help us build us a website for free, we would be so grateful because you can't even find us on the internet.
That's got to change. We need to be able to find you.
Yeah, and you can find us on RE, automatic intelligence. If you type my name, if you type Henry's name, you can see what we're doing. But we need a website, but we don't have the money. We don't have the money. And so it's a hell of a lot of money to build a website, and we don't have it.
Have you guys become a charity yet? And
No,
501c3? Okay.
no. We had ex-Jehovah's Witnesses that did a lot of funding because it was a big court case. Because they're not allowed in Holland. You've got right of privacy, and they announced it from the States that brother so and so and sister so and so were disfellowshipped. So we thought we've got a case here. So this brother and sister, they went to court because you have privacy, and that this is privacy when they announce
Publicly,
it from the state.
It's a form of public shaming.
Yeah. So we went to court, but we had to pay the court cases because those people don't have money either.
Right.
And we it was paid, but the watchtower said, "Yeah, we won," but there was no decision because the judge doesn't know what to do with it. They don't know because it's so unique.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't know what to do with it. There was no. They didn't say to the brother and sister, "No, sorry, but they are allowed. Jehovah's Witnesses are allowed to." They didn't say to the Jehovah's Witnesses, "You're not allowed to do it," or whatever. There was no decision made. It was like, but we had to pay our lawyers, which is not cheap. Lawyers are not cheap.
Right.
So yeah,
that's a very common thing with Jehovah's Witnesses that have left. The way the organization has encouraged us to not get advanced education and having just enough to get by is suggested. I mean, even the film Remember the Wife of Lot. She was criticized by her husband for wanting to become a real estate agent. So he kept saying, "But we have enough." Like that was the standard, to only have enough. So we usually don't have advanced education and jobs to make more money than just enough. That's they call that chasing wealth, when in actuality, look up the word wealth. It's, you know, if you make double or triple what you make today, it's probably not going to fall under the category of wealth yet. you got to be way up there.
Just to mention one example, you know, we always renting a house because we always had they told us, why do you have to have like riches on earth? You can rather have riches in heaven and what have you. And we were always hiring and renting a house, like I don't know for how long, but it was getting so expensive as well. And so we decided, well, let's buy a house. So it's about nearly 20 years ago, we bought this house, small little duplex
Nice.
apartment, and not big, but that's what we can afford.
She'll be back.
Yes. This is interesting stuff she's talking about. It's very fascinating, and I
Yes.
love her personality. I just love it.
Yes, when
Yeah,
I
she'll be-
went with protesting at Bethel in Holland, so the police came again, and we had a talk with one of the police officers, and he said, "I watched your documentary, so I know what's going on."
Oh, that's beautiful. Welcome back.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know why it's going out. But anyway, so we bought this house, and then the elders could come to us. But Armageddon is around the corner. Why are you doing this by buying a house? And the financial circumstances. But we were really, they preached to us about why are we doing this? But it's
Let me
20 years
ask you,
ago.
can I interrupt you?
Yes.
Were any of those elders you said came by and they're talking, did they own their home?
They did.
See, what the hell is that? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
They
did, and not all of them, but most of them, and they had
Right.
beautiful houses. Yeah.
This is
So, but
bizarre. Yes.
But that's what we bought it. It was 19. We live here 19 years. It's 19 years ago we bought this house. But then education. I was in high school South Africa on the academic level, which is high. Because there's nothing else. Either you go to the practical level or the academical, and I was academical, so I went to the academical. So we immigrated back to the Netherlands, and we were at that Hell congregation, and all of the children there would go to the domestic huishoudschool, domestic school, where you learn how to cook, how to sew. You had a little bit of maths, you had a little bit of English. Basic. So, but I had academic, I had science, I had maths, I had I can't remember, German, I had a lot of subjects. And so my mom said, no, you're not going to that domestic school, you must go back to academic. But that academic school was a Christian school.
Oh my, okay.
The South Africa schools are also Christian because every Monday we had to pray, and every Friday we had to pray to start the week, to end the week, and we had to sing hymns, which I didn't do, of course, but it was normal. It's normal there.
Yes.
No problem at all, because there's nothing else. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
So then I came to Holland, and all the kids of the Jehovah's Witnesses were at that school.
Okay.
So I had to go there as well. And fortunately, my English was quite good at that time. And then I found a very good job, fortunately. And but those that were in that school, they became cleaners. And they are still cleaners. They cleaned the houses for half a day, other people's houses for half a day, and they started pioneering the other half a day. And that's what they're still doing, and they are poor. Not that I'm rich for them, but they are poor because it's not a well-paid job at all. And they became sick because you can't clean houses for 50 years. You get sick and tired of it. So that's a problem.
Yes. And there's nothing wrong with being a janitor or a housekeeper or anything like that. It's honorable work, washing windows. You know, we hear these, they're just window washers. The thing is, the organization wants us to get into a job to where we can make it our own schedule. And if we
Yeah.
make our own schedule, we'll get to the meetings and we'll make it to the assemblies. You know, so
But-
that's one of those options usually of maybe
but why
having your
do-
own business.
But why do you know, in paradise, you don't need doctors or you don't need high educated people.
Right.
You need plumbers and that type of, and that's what they,
I
that's what
I
they teach.
remember that so well.
Yeah.
Brother Morris the third, you know, we're not going to need doctors. Or I kept thinking, but we're going to be building all those houses. Is anybody going to fall off the roof and break a leg? And what about when we give childbirth? Might it be nice to have a doctor on call?
Exactly. Exactly.
You know,
Yeah.
you know, there's other people that, you know, I forget the terminology. They're great too. I forget the terminology, but there's times when it's just best to be in the hospital, especially during the time you're giving birth, because people, when they're giving birth, you know, women, sometimes they don't know that they need a C-section until 48 hours of labor, you know, later. And that's when you really want to make sure you're in a place that's all sanitary and stuff like that. But it's just so unreasonable. But that whole thing, wasn't that related to Brumley, the lawyer Brumley? And how they sent him to school to become a lawyer, but, you know, they're not going to do that anymore. Maybe I'm just relating it to the lawyer Brumley. But yeah, that's the way we're educated. And I heard you talking about, because when I took that little break, I heard you talking about how you really loved to sing, and when you were younger, and that you had to get out of choir. That happened to me too. I was in the 5th grade. I had to march myself down to the front office and take myself out of choir. And let me tell you something, I love to sing to this day, but it was one of those things that the organization taught against. Why? Because I might be in the Christmas special. I might learn
Exactly.
Christmas songs. So I had to march myself down there to the office and sign myself out of choir, which I loved, and tell them because it's against my religion.
Yeah. You know, South Africa is also very nationalistic. When the apartheid was still there, and I remember, you know, like when you at school. I mean, I was 5 years old when I started school, and then we already started to sing the hymn or the national.
Sure.
Yeah, the national, or I don't know what you call it.
Maybe it's
of
called
South Africa.
national anthem.
Yeah, anthem. And then we had the hymns on the Monday and the Friday, and then the flag was in the big hall of school, you know. And then you were small and you were not allowed to do anything, and that was a hard part. And then I went to this high school, and then it went even worse. And I was even expelled from school because I refused to have the drill session with like army things, you know. We had to drill and we had to salute the flag and like army people do. And then they expelled a few of us, you know. And when you're in it, it sounds like, okay, you know, we are different from the world and we have, you know, that story. But now I can understand the stress afterwards. I always had stress, not only me, but we always had that stress because I don't know, you always lived in stress. Am I doing the right thing?
Yes.
You know, if I do it, and if you did something wrong, the elders will know it because somebody will report you. I can remember my son, he went to like high school here as well, and he smoked. I knew he was smoking because you could smell it. And then we were at the convention, and then this other mother told me, "Do you know your son is smoking?" So I said, "Yes, but do you know your son is smoking too?" Because he's smoking. No, that's not true. So I said, "Well, we leave it there, but you know, they both smoke. So what? They are teenagers." But I remember I tried to smoke. My father, I had a lot of hiding. So, you know, he would.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah, that was one thing. It's my stepfather, but one thing I hate about him, It was his. He was hitting me a hell of a lot, and he pushed me unfair into doing things. I didn't want to go to the field service every Saturday, street work, hell, and I had to talk to teachers, and I had to knock on teachers' doors, and I didn't want to, and then I would have a hiding when I got home, or very strict. I had to know all the Bible chapters out of my head, and if I forgot one, he would clap me here in the face, and okay, they left, I faded out, and I asked him, when I left, but why were you so strict? Why were you so strict? So he said, listen, I thought I was doing what I was taught to do, which is true, because they learn if you're not listening, you have to discipline. If you don't do that, you have to do discipline. You must be at all the meetings, you must prepare, you must do everything. And, if you want to become an elder or a ministerial servant, you have to do everything, because if you don't become an elder. My father didn't. My father was a ministerial servant, but that's why he was strict. He said, I thought I was doing the right thing because that's what they teach us, which I think is not, but it's true. But I don't think it's fair, but it's true.
Me
But
neither. I
fortunately,
agree with you.
I'm so happy my son was 15 years old, and it broke my heart that time. He says, Mom, I don't believe in this rubbish anymore. I don't believe this trash. I'm not going anymore. So we were very upset. I was crying because what are we going to do? And then I went to a convention, and then this one sister told me, "How don't you feel bad? Your son won't get everlasting life because he's not baptized, and he doesn't want to serve Jehovah." That's how they talk to me. Instead of building me up, they were bringing me down, telling me my son would die. Now I'm happy he did this decision when he was 15 years old, because we can associate with each other. Because if he was a devout Jehovah's Witness, maybe I wouldn't see him anymore.
Right. That's true.
And that's why I said, when I saw the videos of Mark and Cora, and the hate, because it was hate from out the organization. They were really hatred. They weren't nice to them. It was just a hateful bunch of, I don't know how to call them. And then started to work inside, and now I realize it's not love. My mom and dad, unfortunately, passed away. My mom 6 years ago, my father 5 years ago. And at the funeral of my mom, of course, the whole congregation of that town where they came to the funeral, and they said their condolences, and they were very, they didn't actually talk, but they condolences, and but afterwards we always have in Holland like coffee and bread or whatever, and we sit all together, and I was there standing alone. Nobody was talking to me. No, everybody was talking to my sister, and nobody was talking to me. My neighbors, who are Christians, they came to the funeral as well, and they came to me and they said, "What's this? Is this love? Is this love? Where are they? Why don't
So
they
your
talk to me?"
neighbors could even see it.
My neighbors saw it, and they felt so shit about it. They came to sit with me, and they came to talk with me. So I thought, Heidi. So I stood up. So I went to the tables where the Jehovah's Witnesses were standing, and I said to them, "I just want to thank you all for being here." So they said, so the one elder, and they all looked away. So the elder stood up and he said to me,
looked away from you as you spoke to them.
Only the elder stood up, and he said to me, because I use a scripture where Jesus says, I am the life, and everybody believing in me will have, I don't know the English,
right?
But I am the way, the life, and the
truth, and the life. Yes, whoever believes in me will have everlasting life. Yes,
that scripture. And yes. I started because I had to say, I said something there at the funeral, and I started with that scripture. So the brother said to me, "You used the wrong contents of that scripture."
Of course
So
you
I said
did.
to, so I said to
There's
him,
you have 10% less brain mass in your head. Of course you did.
so I said, what do you mean? Because I took it from the New World Translation. Are you saying something is wrong there? So he went white and he just sat down. So I thought,
Wow.
I really took it from the New World Translation because I knew they were there.
Mhm.
And I thought, well, maybe it's different than the other translations, but it's the same. So I
Right.
used it. I used it. So that's what. Okay, then my father died, and then it was Corona, so there couldn't be anybody at the funeral. Well, there was nobody at the funeral, unfortunately. But then I think maybe it's good there was nobody because I would have been in that situation again because it made me sick. Because
Yeah.
I grew up with those people. They came to visit me in South Africa. I took them all over the show in South Africa. It cost me a fortune. I did a lot of things with them, and now you're dead. You don't exist because you're not one of them.
Yes.
But I'm past that. I am not angry. And I tell everybody, they can't do anything about it because that's how they trained.
It is. Yeah.
Okay, now I'm stopping. Now that's it.
Thank you for sharing what you have. I mean, just listening to you, the determination you have, you, like I was saying earlier, you know what you're doing and you know why, and you know that it might take a long time for shunning to be against the law. That's your hope. That's your plan. And it's important for us to have a hope in something we're committed to cause or something, hope keeps us going. And I think that's a worthy hope. The ostracism, it's even been shown in tests that, on a computer, if if two people are throwing a ball back and forth and a third one joins and they throw the ball there and then, to all three of you, once these two people stop throwing the ball to this person here, they don't even see each other. This person here feels the rejection. It affects them physically and emotionally. This is a thing that it affects us mentally and physically. It's not just I've decided to ignore them. It's treating you as though you do not deserve to exist. From Robert J. Lifton's 8 criteria of not mind control, but something else. The last one, number 8, is dispensation of existence, meaning you're treated as though you don't deserve to exist. And this is one of the techniques that was used on prisoners of war to brainwash them, to put them under mind control, to have that kind of control over people. So that's one of those things that this particular organization, the one we were involved in, Jehovah's Witnesses, and other high control groups. So I love the fact that you mentioned earlier, not just for Jehovah's Witnesses, but all cults, anywhere, for it to be brought to the attention just how wrong this is. It's even considered wrong on a job. It's called icing. When you ice somebody that you work with, it's horrible. It's literally horrible.
But okay, just want to come back to the Norway because I follow it. Really, I do follow it.
Mhm.
And this Rysdal, the lawyer of the Jehovah's Witnesses, he lied 5 times. He was lying on 5 points on Friday again,
Mhm.
and the judge knows that they know it because they can see through it now, which I didn't see the previous time. So really, I'm praying because I'm still a Christian.
Mhm.
I am praying that the state win. Really, that they can see through it, the judges, and that they can that they will stop their finances. And if it's like that, I really hope that we can all go, because that's our goal as a foundation. European Court, the European Court. That's our goal. And if we get there, hell is going to break loose here in Europe. That's for sure.
Yes. And
That's the next step as well.
yes. The Jehovah's Witnesses will go and go and go. I mean, I've heard of cases where the lawyer's there standing next to a 20-year-old and the lawyer is suing a doctor because the doctor gave this 20-year-old blood that she needed when she was an infant, just after she came out of the womb, you know. So they'll keep going and going and going and going until there is no more else to go to, and they do the long run. But I can
But they have
tell
the
within
money.
you, yes,
But
they
have
do.
the money. That's why they try to stop us because they know we don't have money, so they will go on and on. I must be careful as well because of jumping the wall in Bethel, because I'm the only one owning my own house of the group.
Yes, yes.
You know, they can get so far that they can tell me that they can sue me that I have to sell my house. So I told the chairman of the foundation, I must be careful. I can't do that anymore because they will go after me. They will go after me. So I will do everything I can, but in front of the gate, not behind that gate anymore.
Yep, we can change our minds as we go along. Matter of fact, you know, in 2017, some of the people here in the United States went to the Bethel in the United States over there in New York, and they did a protest. So that was November 5th, 2017, and they did a few what was called Kingdom Hall crashes, where they would show up at a Kingdom Hall, maybe sit there and then say a few things and be asked to leave, and then they would leave, or else somebody would come up and try to talk from the pulpit. So anytime they were asked to leave, or they told them that their invitation was revoked, they would agree to say that they were going to leave, and then they would just take their time leaving. But they surround them, right? They surround them, usually not touching them, because they used to before. They used to just, if somebody walked in, they'd just surround them and drop them to the ground. But they don't do that as much anymore. But after you know what happened in Germany, Hegberg, all of the people that used to do Kingdom Hall crashes said, we will not do that anymore, because they will be scared. They won't get the message that we went there to hopefully share. And I think that was a wise choice. You know, the people that used to do that, they're saying, listen, don't, yes, we did it. It's not a good idea to do now. And I think that's pretty smart, you know. But I love the idea that you're going after the shunning. People, there's a bunch of you, not you, but different groups going about the shunning thing. And as I've learned about this organization, right about 2000, okay, just after 2000, you know, there was Barbara Anderson and William Bowen, and they did a special, and then there was Candace Conti, and you know, other people along the way that have taken the organization to court. And now we're at a stage where it's countries. Jehovah's Witnesses are in court with countries, okay? So it's built its own momentum, where now they're having to answer to countries, and the fact that, you know, Norway has told them that doing this to a child is, you know, this is unacceptable, and they're trying to hold them accountable for that kind of behavior is not okay. Will will that become the case or not? You know, I don't know, but I agree with you. It does look like that the court in Norway does have their number and can see through, can tell that they're lying, you know. So whatever happens, happens. And I'm just impressed with, we're at 26 years now, 25 years. If we've come that far in 25 years and they're dealing with countries, I think that's a pretty good amount of success. And I'm not about wanting this organization to fall. Just like you said, they can believe what they want, you know, the doctrines and everything, but against the human rights of individuals. If you join a bowling team, okay, and you made some choices and went against some of the rules for the bowling team, of course you'd get kicked out. Or maybe you don't even want to be involved in the bowling team anymore. But for the leader of the bowling team to tell everybody on the team they have to shun you, or you're not allowed to be friends with them anymore, what if your kids are on the bowling team because you recruited them into it? How dare them? You know, that's unacceptable. That's socially unacceptable.
I was talking to my husband yesterday about this. My husband was a Catholic before he became a Jehovah's Witness, okay? And his mother. And, you know, when he had to resign from the Catholic Church, because that's what you do, the priest was upset. He was upset, do you know what you're doing? Because especially when you say, I'm going to become a Jehovah's Witness. But they didn't announce it nowhere. They didn't shun him. They
That's
still
right.
kept, you know, he lived in Wrocław, which is a big city as well. They saw each other. We were like maybe 30 years ago, we were on a beach in Poland somewhere. And my husband saw the priest, and the priest remembered him, and they were talking like human beings. And that's where this Jehovah's Witnesses difference from other religions, because you can leave the Catholic Church, you can leave the Protestant Church without any consequences. And that's what the Jehovah's Witnesses must do as well. Even if you're baptized, you can leave. Listen, okay, if I am a bad association or in my life all my time, or I speak bad about them or whatever, I can understand that. Because I don't like people as well that are nasty. I'd rather not ignore them, but I will take my distance. Everybody
Yes.
does that. If people are not nice, you take your distance from them.
Yes.
You do that. But we've done nothing. We just said we don't agree with the teachings anymore. That's the reason why I left. And what's going inside me, that's the reason why I left. I'm not a bad person because of that.
No, you're not.
That's what I said to, how can I, because one elder came to us as well and said, yes, but you can come to the Kingdom Hall and you can, because it's always a building, you know, they try to get you into the Kingdom Hall again. And I says, I can't sit there. I didn't say I can't sit there listening to the lies, because that's what actually, but I can't sit there and disagree with the things that they are saying, but that's what I said.
Yes.
Then I'm unhappy all my life. I don't want to be unhappy anymore. I'm not going anymore. But then it's before we disassociated ourselves. That's what we always say to everybody, free to go in, but also free to leave without consequences.
Interesting. That in Norway, there was a quote that the lawyer talked about that was kind of like philosophy or something. But yes, I don't want them to have the consequences either. Are you okay with people asking you any questions? Or did you want to add anything, Diana?
Maybe our listeners have questions.
Okay. You're saying let's ask, see if anybody wants to ask her any questions. You're okay with that?
I'm okay with it.
Okay. Whoever's here with me, if you have any questions, we'll start with you guys. Matthew is here and I'm here. I don't know if you have any questions, Matthew, but if you do, this would be a good time to ask. And if not, if you pass, that's fine too. People from the chat, if they want to come on and ask any questions or make any statements. I'm very encouraged by this because it's exposing the atrocities, and shunning is so dehumanizing. It truly is. So Matthew's not answering. So whoever's here in the chat, if they have any questions, the link is at the top of the page. If you want to join us or if you want to ask the question in the chat section here, you're welcome to do that. Good morning, Jay. I'm so glad you guys are here. What did you guys think of her story? She's a determined soul, isn't she? She's determined. I love it. You're not disrespectful. You're not aggressive. What you are is an assertive woman, and I love it. An assertive woman, yes. Matthew, did you want to share anything or ask anything?
Well, I want to say thank you very much for sharing all of that. It's very deeply personal, deeply humanizing, and relatable to many. I I had to lie down
Oh,
while
okay.
listening
Okay.
because, yeah. So there
Okay.
was. I talk about cognitive load. So as I was listening to this, I was going, "This is
Getting kind
there
of
is a
heavy.
cognitive load because in many ways, because it's so relatable, it also places me into some similar things, some similarities. Of course, it's unique to you, but some of the markers, some of the patterns are the same. I don't know if I'm able to ask, because you were speaking of Johannesburg, which part of Johannesburg that was. I don't know if you're prepared to share that or if that is still too much to ask.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
I was just wanting to know if you're prepared to share which part of Johannesburg this is, because this is about 2008. So this is about the time period I'm moving around through the country from, well, we don't say Messina anymore or Bite Bridge, but I was moving through what was formerly Bite Bridge or Messina area, all the way through Johannesburg, Lesotho to Eswatini, which used to be Swaziland. So I was just picturing all of these places that I had traveled. I was also thinking about some of the key characters in South Africa. We had, in fact, I'm going to hold back on names, but
Okay.
we think of coordinators of the branch. So I go to the coordinators that I was able to be with, the one in Zimbabwe, but also the one in South Africa as well. Our family was hosting them at our home in Bulawayo. It was a place for persons to stop over. Circuit overseers would take their holiday there. So we got to see things from that point of view. So yes, just thinking of your situation, just bringing back all kinds of memories. But essentially, it is the spiritual abuse, isn't it? And
Can I say something? Because one thing the sources, the foundation wants to do is, and it's also a big job in the future, is we would like to go to Bethel all over the world the same day, the same time.
Oh, different. Okay.
And try to talk to them. That's our goal. Maybe South Africa as well, because it would be lovely. But I kind of South Africa's hell big, I know that, and America as well, to go to Bethel and to all over the world the same time or the same day, because same time won't actually, it's difficult, but to start to do something like that, that's our goal, to do that.
Wow. I'm thinking about how they would look at it. And I'm thinking they're going to see it as possibly a planned attack, which I know that would not be your intention to do anything mean or aggressive. But I was just kind of thinking, how would they look at that? And I also wanted to ask you, when you said that you guys were showing up at the Bethel, what was it, in Holland? You would let them know when you'd be there, at what time, and I'm curious as to why you did that. Is that like customary? Is that the right thing to do? Why would you do that?
Our chairman is very punctual, and he doesn't like surprises. Not for them, not for us. So,
Okay.
and we know we always have permission to, he's with us. So But what the mayor does is he sends like we have like a sort of a community police as well, you know, but they haven't got guns and everything, and they are just observers actually, you know, see if people obey the law, whatever. And he always see that those community police are at Bethel, protecting us from them, which is different.
Yes.
What happened in New Zealand, where Jonas was, you know, they were
Yes.
circling the ex-Jehovah's Witnesses so that they couldn't show their activities, and but that is what. But even we had a big, like Stephen Lett was in Amsterdam. You know all
I
about
remember that. Yes.
And we also went with a lot of ex-JWs. We went to Amsterdam, and the police were with us. They walked with us, and we were supposed to stay about 20 meters away from the Jehovah's Witnesses because that's what the Jehovah's Witnesses wanted. So we said okay, but it was terribly
that.
cold and it was raining and everything. And so the priest said, "We see that you are not aggressive, or you are peaceful." So we were allowed to stand at the entrance of that stadium, where
Wow.
and next to them, because they had to pass us to get inside, and we were at the gates because we weren't aggressive. You know, the police are here in Holland because they have all seen the documentary. They off record. They all tell us, "We know, we understand why you people are doing it. We know." Even at Bethel once, I remember we were there and we wanted to jump the gate. So there was a DHL delivery van bringing something into Bethel, and then they opened the gate. So this guy said to us, "I've seen you on TV, on this documentary. We've seen you people. You are doing a great job. But yes," we said, "we can't, you know, they won't let us in. Just walk behind the van and you get inside." And then,
He's like, "I'll sneak you in. Come on."
no, we just walked behind the van and we were inside the property. So, you know, that documentary did a lot of things. We would go on the train and then people say, "Oh, I've seen you people on the documentary. Were you there? Is it you?" You know, and then we start conversations in the train.
That's
everywhere.
beautiful.
And that's also a form of activism.
Yes. And not everybody is made or has the attitude of protesting. It takes a certain personality, you know. I wouldn't be up to it. I would have maybe 10 or 20 years ago, but that would not be my style. And I think a lot of us have different gifts and different styles and different ways of sharing, exposing the atrocities. You know, as far as their belief system, if they want to believe that Jesus is Michael the Archangel, that falls under freedom of religion, right? Yeah. So, but the shunning and the really negative consequences as a result of not behaving in the manner that the organization is training them to behave, yeah, I'm against that as well. But this is where I get to, you know, talk about it and show up, and I'm really thankful for this avenue, you know. But I really am encouraged by your tenacity. Your tenacity is really cool to see.
And maybe there are more viewers or listeners or going to listen to this program. I don't know. But you know what helped me? I would like to tell you what helped me. I've got, you can't see it, I've got about 20 books of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. Writing down their stories. Okay, it's all in English. I started with 2 Dutch books.
Yes.
And that healed me because I always thought something's wrong with me. Something's wrong with me, you know? There's something wrong with me. Because I'm in the 9 million Jehovah's Witnesses, something's wrong with me. Why am I this? So I started to read those books, and they all got some are a bit not, some are exaggerating a bit. That's what I think, but maybe they don't. But that's healing me because there's a red line through all those books and all the same problems. And that's healing me because now I know I'm not crazy. Now I know my depression was real because of that, because of
Yes.
what we've been through. And that's healing. And every time I'm getting also in contact with Barbara Anderson, and she
Yes.
sends me sometimes links for books, and she says, "This is a really good book. You must read it." So I buy that book on Amazon. Now I've,
Mhm.
that's. So I would like to encourage people, if they have the money, read those books. It's healing. It's really healing.
It is, and I have a subscription to something called Scribe. Um, Actually, they changed the name of it, but I get to listen to audiobooks with my subscription that I pay for every month. So I've had a chance to listen to some, and I have books behind me, and it's very helpful. I prefer to listen to an audio over a book, but when you get to hear somebody else's story and they experienced so much of what you have, oh my goodness, they struggled with depression too. They had panic attacks too. Maybe I'm not the only one. And when we get isolated, and then the information that's coming to us is also with leadership, people in leadership over us. It could be our parents, it could be an elder or something. They're letting us know there's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with you. If you're not stepping into place in the manner they want to direct you in, you might resist for a good reason, but they're telling you it's because of your pride. They're telling you it's because of your ego. They're telling you because whatever they come up with, you're spiritually weak or something.
I have a fantastic, we call it the house doctor, our house doctor. And I've always had, like a depression thing, like a veil, and I couldn't point what's going on with me. I never could say, because my marriage is good. I have good relationship with my son. I don't have like financial problems. We can go what we can do. I don't have a reason to be depressive. And I had that depression. And I even had medication for depression because I was, okay. Anyway, I don't want to talk about that. That's past. And now I've left everything. And I read those books, and I am happy as can be. And my doctor, my house doctor, she said to me, "You've changed. You look brighter. You look more happier.
Wow.
What happened to you?" So I said, "Oh, I've got a book, and I want you to read that book. But it's a book in Dutch. Ilona Schomper, she wrote that book."
Okay.
And so I said, "I'm going to give it to you, and you must give it to all the doctors you can. If you finish with it, I don't want it, you give it to everybody." So I said, "Okay, fine." And now I know why what's wrong, because if every time you go to the meeting, you must do this, you must do that, you must do this, that, Armageddon around the corner, blood, war. You hear that constantly. And I'm not afraid of Armageddon, I'm not afraid of war, but it works on you, and it works on you. And if you
Yes.
hear that 43 or 44 or 50 years,
Yes.
no wonder you have that sort of depression. Not a very bad one, but if you have a sort of depression.
Yeah.
But even my doctor noticed I've completely changed. I have no medication, no sleep medication. I have nothing for about 10 years anymore. It's gone.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, just
When-
because
when
of
you-
leaving that organization, really, really.
Yeah.
When you have to go somewhere and you're not allowed to be who you truly are, and
Yeah.
you're told over and over again who you are is wrong, and you have to put on a new personality to be approved of by Jehovah,
But
That's-
I always said to people, maybe it's a very bad English word. I don't know. I can't find a nice word for it. We were not normally developed.
Yes, you're right. We were socially, we
We were
were
not normally
developmentally delayed, and
exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's. I don't know if. Of course, I'm developed. I'm not stupid or whatever. But in emotional way, we were like, we had to be formed like the Watchtower and the teachings and behave like what they want us to. do, because normally young people, when you are 17, 18 years, you go to a disco. Not that I want to go to a disco, but you are different. You can taste the world. You can do
Yes.
things, but we were not allowed. You're not developed. You have no education. You're not allowed to. I don't know how to say it, and that's what
Well,
I try to say here. And then I look at me, you're not developed. Yeah, well, I can't explain it, but I feel like I'm not developed.
This is a
Mary
very
Jane.
common thing.
I read some things about the manipulation and the brainwashing all those years, and that we actually have brain damage because of it.
It keeps us in a childlike position to them as our parents. Did you want to say something, Matthew?
Something quite personal, if I may, and I'll direct it to you, Linda James, please, if I
Sure.
may, because I
Sure.
think you are very sensitive. In fact, everybody here, Edie, Diana, I know, I can feel it in my
Yes.
bones, to my core. And so Linda James, I want to say thank you very, very much, Edie and Diana, for sharing a very powerful, deeply thoughtful testimony. I absorbed that much. And when you spoke about matters deeply, I really appreciate your clarity and the tremendous courage that you have brought to the conversation. So Linda James knows me fairly well, or well enough, when I have to step away.
Yes. Absolutely.
But I want to explain this because I wish to dignify you here, and I want to explain some of the behavior that I bring this. I didn't want it just to end without acknowledging the value of what you've shared, and I thank you for the openness and for what you are discussing. But I also wish to bring an explanation, because something has happened now. I think I had a dissociative shutdown response while you were talking. And it's
That's
not
possible.
because of being it's not because of being rude. I want to just explain this. If it appears that way, please, I apologize.
No,
But it
not at all.
either caught me off guard. I was unprepared. So it bewildered me a little bit, but I think my nervous system just shut down. And the material that happened, you could say, is it brain damage? I wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't, because it closely mirrors unresolved trauma. I don't believe all my trauma is resolved.
Me
And
either.
I think I'm talking to the right people. So I actually blanked out. I feel like I was hit here.
Mm.
It was getting better, but today I feel like somebody took a back. Wow.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that was just the body saying it was too much, but it also tells me that your experience is very, very important. So I hope that makes some kind of sense, but please know that I deeply, deeply respect what you have shared today. Thank you for that.
Thank you. And
Thanks.
do what you need to do, my friend. Thank you so much for being here tonight. I'm going to be winding down, so I'm going to ask Diana and Evie if they'd like to say some closing remarks. I pretty much feel as though Matthew have already shared his, and I appreciate that, Matthew. That's really understandable. Yes.
Matthew, if you want to come in contact with me, you are welcome.
Thank
You're
you,
welcome.
Edie. That's very, very kind of you. I also have enough to recognize the openness and the healing direction. And I think the reason why you went through, excuse me for saying, through hell and back is because of this natural ability that is within you, that has been lying within you, or can we say part of you. I want to say part of your spirit. And I think that was what was suppressed. It was identified. And some might say a higher power. I know some in the comments might recognize that. My personal opinion is a higher power. Something recognized you are a problem to the system, not just JW, the system.
That's
the
right.
whole system. Yeah. And that's why I think I've had this response as well, because, you are a problem, but you are the kind of problem we need.
In a good way.
If we are going to survive as a human species, or if some of us with a higher purpose or a supreme purpose are going to come out of it, we need this. This is the front line. Very important.
Yeah,
So
I will not stop. Really, I can't stop. As I said in the beginning, too many victims worldwide, and this must stop.
Yes.
Yeah, and for the future ones.
Well, I don't know how you may feel about this, but I've noticed that Bethel contacts me after things like this. So when you say, coming in front of Bethel, I'm going to venture this. In a way, key areas who know the psychology, and they do know, they absolutely know. They are listening.
They're listening, they're watching. We have noticed that, when we were busy preparing the demonstration in Amsterdam with Stephen Lett, they knew we were there. I don't know how they knew, because we did it all secret, but we have spies all over the world, so they knew we were there. They were prepared. They were even warning the Jehovah's Witnesses going there that the apostles will be outside and they have to ignore us and they don't have to greet us. And they even made the children afraid of us because we were dangerous. So they know what we're doing. They know. And maybe they will watch this channel. They do. I know they will. They do.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not afraid of them because we don't do anything illegal.
And your intention is not to cause harm.
No,
I
absolutely.
gather, as someone who wants to hold them accountable.
Exactly.
So you are uncomfortable. You will be looked upon as a troublemaker, because anybody who holds anybody else accountable will get that kind of pushback. And your determined soul and spirit is telling me you're up to it.
Yeah.
I
think that, and I don't want to be funny, but I think they know my name in America. I think they know, and they know also Henry Dahlem. They know him.
Yep.
They know him. They know us.
I remember when I was there with you in Amsterdam, and Jonas was the good personality, and we stood next to him, and he said, "We are here, and we're peaceful and friendly, so let's say hi to the brothers and sisters who are there." And a lot of them, they waved back and they said hello.
They did.
That's friendly, and the children waved.
Yeah, but even some came to talk to us. They took and
I remember
we all had this billboards, but friendly billboards, and they all many came to talk to us. And but of course, because we have in our groups as well, parents that got divorced. Mom became an apostate, and dad still stayed in the watchtower. And then they got divorced, and the children have to stay with daddy and go to to Amsterdam to meet to be there to talk with Stephen Lett. And this girl informed her mom that they received a message from I don't know where, that they must be careful because the apostates will be there and they're dangerous. So we also get info from all over.
Yes.
So they were warning the people going to Amsterdam, the Jehovah's Witnesses, that dangerous people will be standing outside. So, but never mind. We were protected from them. The police were on our side, which was wonderful. And what was wonderful as well is even somebody from America, I can't remember his name, he also came to Holland.
Yes.
You had
Yes.
that.
He was from Washington, and it was his wife that got involved with the Jehovah's Witnesses and
exactly.
how it affected him and his relationship with his children and stuff.
Yes, exactly.
So
yeah.
yeah, it was pretty bizarre. Yeah.
But anyway, we are a long time chatting already.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
It was really nice. I'm glad that I met you people. I know Diana
Me
from
too.
activism, but nice to meet Matthew. You too, Linda.
very good to meet you.
Yeah.
Thank
If you
you.
need something in the future or want on the show, just let us know. You can let
Okay.
Diana know. She always informs me with
So
And you're
you're
always
yeah.
that's the
you're always welcome back too.
So Jonathan, that's the
Thank you for such powerful medicine.
Yeah, but thank you for the show because it's very important also for all the listeners and
Yes.
people that are in depression. You can heal. You can heal. Maybe not completely, but you can heal.
I went to. I still have contact with some return visits. They stayed my friends. I can call them my friends now because I know them
That's so beautiful.
for
Yes.
30 years, 40 years. And one of them said, Diana, you're not so tense anymore.
They notice it.
You're completely new. You're completely new Diana.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Yeah, people say to me, Ada, you are so open. You were always closed. You had something around you, that we can't get near you because you want to be different. You don't want to be part of them. So you always, I don't know. I can't explain it. But even my
Yes.
friends, my worldly friends, I still had them when I was a Jehovah's Witness, and they said always that we couldn't reach you. We couldn't get inside you. We couldn't.
Oh wow. Okay.
And it's all gone. I'm open now, and it's because of I don't know. I can't say why, but it's a healing process.
It's a very oppressive mindset.
Mindset. Yeah. When I
May
started
I mention?
my sister Caroline, I told her, about things that I discovered, and she said, "Yes, but I told that to you like 30 years ago. But it was like you didn't hear it."
Right.
Yeah.
We just weren't ready for some reason. It would go. I believe that when you're ready to hear it, it really lands here. Yes.
There's an interesting comment in the live stream text, if I may read it. I'm not going to read it totally. I'll just leave it to stand as it is, but I'll just direct attention. So some who may have found it quite hard to absorb this have recognized the importance of what you've said. And the fact that you say it's beyond words, I think is correct. Absolutely correct. And Diana, please forgive me if I sounded like I interrupted. There's a latency. So sometimes it catches us off or catches me off guard. But the comments are, we wish to listen. It says, I will, but I'm going to say we will listen later because we refuse to be in subjection to them no matter what. So I think what you have recorded here, I know I'm going to, and there's another person there who's going to come back and listen again. So thank you.
Linda, are you going to share this with other YouTube channels, or how can I?
This is going to be public on my channel tomorrow, or right after the show.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
A little bit later, after it gets uploaded, you don't get to see the chat. But after that, if you give it some time, you'll be able to open up the live chat. It'll show you what's happening here. That's fun to look at too, because you'll be able to see maybe some of the comments. They talk amongst themselves on different conversations, but then they'll also make comments about what we're talking about too. So that's fascinating to hear.
And this is also, you can see this on Fixing My Face. Right?
The one on Fixing My Faith usually gets taken down for some reason.
Oh,
So you can use this as you can put it in maybe a playlist, or you're welcome to screen record it. However, download it. Anything, you're welcome to do anything with it, except don't
Can
put little bunny ears on me. Then
Can
I'm
we
okay.
share this video as well? Because I have.
Any place you want to? Yes,
Okay, so we have permission to do that. Okay.
absolutely.
I
Yes.
announced that we were on Facebook this morning. So
Oh, and I'm on Facebook too, and that stays there for a few weeks, and then Facebook gets rid of it. So however
I put
it'll
it in
be here on this.
ex-Jehovah's Witness group that Heidi and I were on your show
Yeah.
this morning.
Deanna,
really
it's good to be.
Sorry. Now you go, Michael. Matthew.
I wanted to just direct to Deanna, please, Linda James. I wanted to also say,
Sure.
your presence also very, very important. I know I was directing a lot to Edie as our star of the show, but Deanna, you are star of the show because you facilitate. I say, we talk about forgivers and people who. It's bringing truth in, even if we're limited in our language. And I learned this from sign language community, the deaf persons or hearing impaired. There's something so much more in our spirit, something so much more. Diana, and you do that. And so I feel, for want of a better word, I feel a spirit of forgiving. I feel a spirit of dignity. I feel a spirit of, yes, the truth to the best that we possibly can. And for me to describe that opens a gate. It opens something up. And that's what I feel has been blocked up for so long. And it just allows for something to come through and pass through in a natural, not a flood. It just comes through in a natural way. And that's what I feel. As imperfectly as I can describe. So I don't know what that means to you, Diana, but I wanted to share.
Yeah, I can feel what you mean. So that's good.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I get to
it
meet.
just shows
I
that
get to meet.
we are
Go
not
ahead.
dead. We are not dead.
That's right.
We are alive and we go forward, and they will never get rid of us. We are there, and that's the most important thing, that we are human beings and we are living and we are enjoying our lives, because that's one thing
Yes.
when you get out, I always say it, then you become an alcoholic or a drug addict or a whatever. No, not at all. Not all of us. And I must say, I am enjoying my life. I'm very happy with my life. Most of us ex-Jehovah's are very happy with their life. So let's go forward with what we're doing.
Absolutely. I love that.
Enjoy the freedom.
Yes, enjoy our
Yes.
freedom.
It's beautiful.
There's a pioneer who writes to me. I'm sure I'm going to hear from them today. And what they describe is, they say, Matt, I'm sure this is us eternal. This is what I feel. And I'm sure I'm going to hear that.
Yeah, and with our activism work as well in the Facebook groups, I don't want to put attention to me, because we are a lot of activist apostates, and we talk nicely to the Jehovah's Witnesses using their literature and
Yes.
trying to, this is what your literature teaches, and this is what, this is something is wrong. And we have helped so many to get out of this organization. I think this YouTube channels as well, they
I
see
do
it
too.
and they get out, and then many thank us because of being honest. And it's extremely difficult, because especially in Africa, where they are so close, in Nigeria, Matthew can understand what I mean. I can remember my life in South Africa. The Black people are so religious. They are so religious, and they've got funny religions. They've got voodoos, and they've got talkies,
Right.
and they've got so many different religions, and then this Watchtower Jehovah's Witness religion comes, and it's like, oh, finally, this is different, and the truth, and what have you, and they cling all together, and thousands join them, and then now you discover, oh shit, that is shit. Sorry that I said it, but it's something is wrong.
That's
It's
fine.
And then
true.
you lose completely everything. They are so lonely on this planet, those people
Yes.
that's living there, especially in Africa. And it's very hard for them. So really, I admire them for their courage, because I tell everybody, it takes courage to leave this organization, and it's
Yes, it
difficult.
does.
And I am, but we are so happy that we can, that we can help them to get out, because they are. It's difficult. It's difficult.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They help each
They
other.
are talking. Did you mention Tokolosh just now?
Tokoloshi, yeah.
Tokoloshi, yes. So that is the subject. It's like you're reading my mind. That was what the image I had. Because yes, is it that they are religious? They are prone to religion because that was what produced slavery and has even perpetuated economic slavery right to this very day. And so the very things that you've mentioned now are the topics that are coming through in our communications. It's a spiritual people that is remembering the oral history that's come from before the 1800s, that before the mining operations, before all of these things. And they're saying, Matt, we are circuit overseers, we're special pioneers, and we are seeing what has happened. There has been a terrible spiritual tragedy that we have noticed now. Where is it coming from? And we can't silence them. Circuit overseer wife is just telling us out in the ministry, this is terrible, that's what's happening. Yeah, out in the open. And they're trying to say, well, how do we reconcile this? So they are noticing, and they cannot be silenced, because that chatter, it goes from Cape to Cairo, it almost like faster than a day. And that's what's happening. There's a fracture through, from what I see in Africa, there's a fracture going right through Africa. They can't silence it. If you remember Soweto,
Yep.
I'm telling you now, the circuit overseer is saying we do not know how to deal with Soweto. We don't know how. It's massive.
I have a lot of JWs in the groups from South Africa as well. And yes, many are leaving. And then still the Watchtower, they say we are growing. I don't know, but thousands are leaving, really. It's massive. And I think lots of people that had to leave Bethel because of no reason, they are also leaving because some made YouTube movies or they are online telling their stories. I mean, that's got a very big impact on others that are still in the Watchtower. So there's something's going to happen. And I think this Norway thing, something is going to happen. It's going to happen.
Mhm.
Yes, we have felt that too. Isn't
You
it
see what we're doing?
interesting that
What we're doing here, according to the organization, people that leave or disfellowshipped or disassociate, to them, their rules are we're not even supposed to talk to each other. Here we are.
what's
Now we know why.
this kind of thing, Linda James, where it's going, I'll give you a path, and let's bring out the truth, right? This is going to persons who are the caregivers of the elderly and infirm, coordinators of branches, branch committee members who've been retired, all the key players that made our lives miserable, can't move. And so now this generation that's come in out of necessity, that was suppressed, the true slaves, are now looking after these persons in very personal ways.
Yes.
And they're going, you know what? We're better than this. We are looking after them, and we hear them crying. We hear all of this confessions, and as the minds deteriorate, it's coming out. And I go, how do you do the work that you're doing? I actually look at these persons and I go, they are elevated spiritually, because how they can still stay in that middle of it and be the caregiver with the knowledge that they have. I go, you're incredibly forgiving. These are
They
the
have
people I
purpose.
live with.
They have
Yeah.
purpose and they have direction and they know what they're intending to cause. And that's the route they know to be on. I really believe that.
Yeah.
I really believe that.
So
Yeah, I do
that's
as
the
well.
situation.
Yeah. But that's why I say when I left in 2008, faded out, there was nobody to help me. There was nobody because we were all afraid, we don't want to.
Absolutely.
But now I've noticed in the Netherlands, I get so many emails, and when people leave, they need help. But not
Support.
just talk.
Exactly.
And-
Just to be a friend.
And
Simply
when
be
they
a friend. Yes.
and when they find their way, because you're very lonely when you leave, but when they find their way and they find direction, they don't need us anymore,
Yes.
which is also acceptable to me. I'm not
Yes.
like a physician, like a doctor, a psychiatrist to help people, but you
Right.
can tell them, what you've experienced and what you can help them. But then they find their way and they go, perfect. But when I left, there was nobody. We were lonely onlys, and we had to see our way through on our own. And
Yeah.
that was harder than it's now, because now you've got like a network.
Yes. Yes. And back when I left, there was none of this,
When did you leave, Linda?
about 40 years ago. And
40 years ago.
Yes. So after about 10 years or so, I was taken to see the movie Jehovah of the Watchtower by the Jeremiah films. And then I found my first apostate through Randall Waters. So Randall Waters put out a little newsletter about every quarter. So I would get his newsletters. I went and met him at the church he had there. I went to my first ex-Jehovah's Witness potluck, and my head was like thinking all kinds of, like, I kept thinking thought-stopping cliches. So I don't even remember what he was teaching, but I do have it on YouTube. He was actually talking about the 8 criteria to totalism by Robert J. Lifton.
Yeah, but they are all in my Facebook groups as well. Randall Waters, Bowen,
Yes.
H. Bowen, Randy M. Abused, he's called himself that.
I love it,
Sally
yeah.
Patterson.
Yes.
I have all of them in the groups. But
Yes.
I've noticed they are all getting tired, tired of activism.
Sure.
That's what Jan Frode of Norway said as well.
Sure.
After this court case, he's many years busy with it now. He's going to stop because he's tremendously tired, and he would like the young people to take it over, and go on. But that's difficult to find. It's very difficult to
Right.
find. That's one of the reasons I can't
he
stop.
He still has his hair long, right? Is his hair still long?
Yes.
See, I think from what I've seen, I think he stopped cutting it from the beginning. And it's been growing all this time, So I noticed that. But yeah, I heard him say that after the last Norway thing. He was tired, but he showed back up for this, and I'm actually very proud of him. But
Yeah, but we are also very tired because it's
Sure.
tremendous stress. You're always on the go. You're always and sometimes I think, oh, I must stop. But there's something in me.
mhm.
I don't have to do that too frequently anymore. But even if we do one thing a year,
Sure.
we must
Sure.
just go for it. And I just
Yeah.
wish more people will join us, because we're only actually 5 activists in the whole of the Netherlands, which is, it's not much, but okay, we are 5. But I wish we would be 50. It would be
Mhm.
Now, then it's not that much work, you know. But if you're only with a few, it's a hell of a lot of work.
Yes, and I can tell that you're
But
very
I've got
committed to
something.
this.
I've got something nice to tell you quickly as well. And Diana was there as well. We had
Okay.
a big circuit assembly hall near where we live, and the Watchtower sold this circuit hall to real estate agents. They got a hell of a
Okay.
lot of money because of this. They sold this circuit assembly hall, and now like a Protestant evangelic Christian group is renting that.
Yes, and
But we thought it would be nice. So we asked them, the evangelic church, if we ex-Jehovah's Witnesses can use that circuit assembly hall to get together.
Oh,
And
what
I
did they say?
They said yes.
Ah,
So
how
so
nice.
we went there, and it was so some were, but you know, it brought
Triggered.
back bad memories, and some were, we would like to see it because I was baptized in that pool there, and I was giving a talk there, and you know that and coffee in the cafeteria, and you name it, but it was very successful because we were quite a lot of XJWs there, and we had like a nice meal there, and we had like a good association with each other. So it just shows you it was a Jehovah's Witness convention hall, and now the ex-Jehovah's Witnesses were sending and using it to
I love it when stuff like
promote
this
our
happens.
activism work.
I love it when stuff like that. Thank you
Beautiful, eh?
so
Yeah, that
much for
was
sharing
really-
that. Yes.
Yeah, it was really, undescribable, the feeling I had, you know. I was making the coffee there I used to make coffee there for all the Jehovah's Witnesses when we were there, and I was making coffee for the ex-Jehovah's Witnesses all there.
Yeah,
It was-
it's what. Wow, who knew? You know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Last thing you ever thought you'd be doing.
No, yeah. That was, you know,
Yes.
that is also part of the activism work, and I don't think it's a Holy Spirit or something. I don't believe that, but yes, we achieve a lot of things. We achieve a lot of things, funny things as well. Yeah.
That's
So
cool.
something
And-
like maybe our innate abilities or the revealing of what we are. Maybe that's it. You know, we use the word human, but we're far much more. I mean, as we're breathing in oxygen, we're connected to rainforests. We're connected to the sun that's out there in the solar system. We're not just where we are. There's so much more to us, isn't there? So maybe if we look at it that way, again, we lose the words. We say, well, we don't say Holy Spirit or something. There's something more. We just don't. We haven't yet matured enough to articulate what those things definitely are. And maybe there isn't language for it. Maybe that's just something in, you know, consciousness fields that they're able to articulate a lot more. Some who've studied these things, I think, are able to articulate a lot better what those things are. But I hope by just saying that it acknowledges and says, well, I think I get you, Edie. I think I get you a bit more, you know?
Good. Yeah, and we
I
got
love
to
it.
places where you know, where they had these different rooms where we were not allowed to go in there when we were at the circuit assembly. It was only for the elders or the
Have fun.
only for the big guys. But now we
Yes.
were there and we're looking and we were so it was
Have
I
fun.
just thought I had fun. I think Diana, you were there too, weren't you?
Yes.
Yeah, we had fun. I thought and there was a piano, and somebody was playing a Kingdom Ministry song. you know,
Oh.
Kingdom.
Yep.
He
Kingdom
still had it in
Melody.
his head, and he was
Yes.
playing that, so we all had a laugh, and we then sing together what we knew about it, what we could remember.
But
No, we had
remember,
fun.
yeah.
We had fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we also
That's-
have fun.
Yeah, that's the important thing. Somebody was mentioning Alan Watts. He says, "Oh, so many people say this life is a journey. It's a journey." He says, "No, it's a play, and you're supposed to enjoy yourself. You know, yes, it's a journey, but journey sounds too much like hard work. But if you have where you're going for your highest joy, of course, with ethics. It's ethically governed, isn't it? But if you're now pursuing your highest natural joy intuitively in that way, of course, with the love, with the truth, this is the right kind of direction. And I think that's why there is that suppression, especially if there's been a liability, that our obedience, because that's it's not a major crime or something like this. This is because we were taught to apply the highest supreme value within the Bible or within JW, and we applied it. And you know what it did? It exposed the system. It exposed the very thing. So now talking like this, persons are going, oh, well, you should be this most depressed, miserable person ever, and trying to unalive yourself or whatever. Now what happens is you've got an exposer of the spirit, for want of a better description. We don't have words for this, but to say, no, hang on, not a religious person, I'm a spiritual person, and that's what's been allowed to flourish. And persons can see it. They can look into your face, Diana, they can see into your face, Eddie, Linda James, and they can say, hang on a second, we see growth here. What's happening? Well, this is a growth. And I feel a little bit jealous. I feel a little bit envious of this. You say, yes, you should. This is your innate ability that's
Yes, you should.
This is where a touch of where we should be going, and
Yeah,
Yeah,
I find myself now going on. I'm using the word journey, a spiritual journey. So my views have completely changed.
isn't it amazing?
Yeah.
Well, I'm still a Christian. I still believe in God.
Beautiful.
But I don't because I will never go to a church anymore, because I feel that then it's still you listen to humans and you listen to their rules, and I've had enough about that. So I try, and we try, my husband and I, to read the Bible and do our own journey in finding Christ and living according to standards and whatever. And we've discovered a lot of things, but I can't, like many other ex-Jehovah's, they can easily go to a Protestant church or apostolic church, or I get invited to many churches, and I did go, but then I don't feel happy there, so I don't go. But
I'm so glad you're tapped into how you experience it.
exactly, and but I still believe, and I will keep on believing that I'm a Christian, and that's it. But I will never join any organization, church, or whatever, because I don't feel like people telling me, because that will tell you again what you must do and what you mustn't do, and I don't want that. I've had that.
Well,
Scripture
says
that's the honesty. Because sorry, Linda Jane. Sorry.
Scripture says when two or more are gathered, there I am in your midst, and that's you don't have to go to church. Church is a wonderful thing to go to for community and stuff, but with your relationship with Christ,
that's it. But I'm surprisingly, and I don't judge them, because if somebody else is listening, I don't judge people. But many ex-Jehovah's Witnesses become agnostic or atheists or whatever. It's up to them.
Yes.
And if they're happy with it, fine. And I'm a Christian, and you know what I like about this is we all respect each other. We don't condemn each other. And that's what we never had when we were Jehovah's Witnesses. We condemned everything outside. But now we are ex, and I don't care what you are. We show respect to each other, and that's
really good point. Yes,
and
this is so true.
Yeah, because I can talk to sometimes I think like elders. They were elders, and they were really, and then they become atheists. And then I think, how's it possible? You were an elder and you believed in everything, but I passed that now. It's their decision. If they think there's no God, it's their thinking. But I still associate with them, and I still have big discussions with them, and that's I don't know how to say it, but you have respect for each other, and you must acknowledge what they believe. They mustn't make fun of what that I still believe or not believe, and that's the main goal, to keep the community going.
I agree. It's
And
no longer
same
our
time-
responsibility
Exactly.
tell
Yeah.
anybody which direction they're supposed to be going in.
And you can change your mind,
Hmm.
Yeah.
find out stuff,
Yeah.
Yes.
or research.
Research. Yeah.
other things.
Yeah. Anyway, so
Well, I'm going to say it again. I'm going to close this down. So
okay.
I'm going to give you a chance to say a few words, Eddie, and then Diana, and then Matthew, if you want to, and if not, that's fine too. And we'll close out, because I can tell we're going to go on another 4 hours.
Are we going to finish with prayer? No.
Not tonight. I just reminded myself of that song. Are you a Christian? Ma'am, I am tonight. That song. Okay.
Okay, I
So-
would like to thank everybody for being here as well. It was nice talking to you. It was nice meeting you, Linda and Matthew. I know Diana from the activism. If you all have questions, you can find me on AI as well. You can send me private messages. If there's somebody out there that can help us with a website, building a website, I would be really happy, because we can't fund it, unfortunately. Then you can find us easier. And and we are going on. We will never stop. We will never stop doing what we are doing. Shunning is against human rights, and it destroys people's lives, and that must stop. And that's our goal, and that's what we're going to do. And we want the Watchtower to acknowledge the child sexual abuse and apologize. That's it.
Thank you. How about you, Diana?
I keep supporting this foundation, but I also, want to move away from the ex-witnesses things. But we have to make sure that there will be no further victims. So I'll keep supporting this. Mm-hmm.
I agree. And I think that, having a show like this is going to help someone get to see, like, a review. If you go to a restaurant, or, you're going to go see a movie at a certain theater, people can read reviews. So I think of this show sometimes as maybe we give our opinions on what our experiences would like. It's very much like a review. So I'm hoping that somebody ends up being at a place where it supports them in whatever the next part of their spiritual journey is, and so that they don't raise another child within this organization. That's my hope. That's my hope, to free up children. Sounds like you got a party showing up over there. And
My
Did
son
you wanna-
is here, and
Oh,
I have
oh,
visitors
cool.
now, so
Oh, good.
I have to
Yeah.
go.
not a
Yeah.
problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You all have
Sure.
a great day.
Okay, thank you.
Bye. Bedankt. hè.
Bye.
Doeg.
Did you want to say anything, Matthew? Or
So yes, the party continues without Edie. She's off to another party of her own by the
Right.
looks of it. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Deanna and Linda James. So Linda James, I want to say thank you for being a gracious host as well, for your invitation, for also understanding the situation. You're pulling in a lot of factors with people for making this space effective. So I always look at these kind of conversations or this kind of facility, if I can call it that, to say, well, it's good to end with appreciation to our guests like Diana, Edie, but many as well in the comments who are feeling that they are connecting with persons of a similar frequency. Maybe that sounds quite new age, but I'm saying, for want of a better description, it's going that there's a compatibility in the personalities or in the spiritual experience or in the lived experience. So thank you very, very much, Deanna. Nice to meet you. And for all the various guests also in the comments. Why? Because there's been honesty, there's been courage, there's been care and kindness that's been brought to the conversation. So my feeling is your voices really matter. And for the little bit that I've been able to play just by being present to the extent that I can, damages, scars, everything there, you know, and the bit that is useful, I'm very grateful that you've shared them here. So I wanted to say thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you too for your heartfelt words. So Linda, we'll be coming back again with Hadassah and Jonas. So
Okay.
we
Okay.
don't know
Whatever.
really yet, but maybe soon.
Okay. Let me know.
Okay.
To the audience and to the chat, thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for showing up and the conversations that you have in the chat. It's always fun to kind of peek in on them and just, you guys make me proud. You're so encouraging to each other. I appreciate that. I really, really appreciate that. I thank you for anybody who's been watching this today live and anybody who watches this later. It's truly a highlight of my week. And I'm very thankful for all of you. I'm going to be coming back again next weekend. And I hope you all have a good weekend. And I'm going to say good night.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Love you.
I never made it, but I know what it takes.